Welcome to day 2 of the Youth Sailing World Championships here in beautiful, beautiful Lake Garda. It's the largest lake in Italy. I'm Jon Emmett, Olympic coach, and I'm joined by Li Jiashu, Olympic gold medalist. Tell us, what are your thoughts?
Hello everyone, I'm Li Jia and a former single-handed dinghy sailor. I've been to Beijing, London and Rio Olympic Games, and also I've participated Youth Sailing World Championships but in 2005. I can't believe it's almost 20 years.
Time flies when you're having fun. We had an action-packed day yesterday, so let's have a recap of the opening races.
Race day 1 here in Lake Garda for the 2024 Youth Sailing World Championships. The IQFoil youth windsurfers enjoyed fast and furious slalom races.
Feeling very powerful, and yeah, I know I can do it, and I just have to remain focused the whole week and preserve the energies and give it all.
Under the brilliant condition of sunshine and 50 to 20 knots of wind. Racing will continue tomorrow and we'll have live coverage on ILCA and Nacra classes. Don't miss out!
Yesterday we had a really good look at the slalom racing for the IQFoil. Today we're going to start off with the mixed multi-hull. Dare I say it, the conditions today, they might be even better than yesterday, but we'll talk more about that. But first of all, it'll be good to have a quick look back at some of the sailors who won the races yesterday.
Alright, so we just finished the first day of sailing. How did it go for you guys?
Yeah, it was good. It was really nice wind out there, and we improved our starts a lot, so we're happy. We're going to keep working on our starts and try and get our downwind lay lines a bit better, and then I think we'll be a lot better.
Our main goal today was just to work on our starts, and we've come away with a day that we've achieved that. So successful day all round. So yeah, all good.
Well, the conditions were great, but our first race was quite good. We had a decent start and banked the right was quite good, but the 2 other races we were quite packed up on the left side and couldn't really go to the right side, and yeah, it was quite hard to go.
Like first of all, it's an honor for us to come here and race, and the racing place is very good. Like the wind and waves, they're all perfect for us, and it's sunny all day, so I love it.
It went really well. We had a lot of fun and the conditions were really good, so we're happy with the day.
And what was the highlight of the day?
It was a little, sometimes there were some cross with other boats and it was a little tricky, but we managed to save the boat.
I think just being in Garda, to be fair.
Yeah, it's so beautiful here and the sailing conditions are so lovely with all the mountains around. Yeah, it's gorgeous sailing. We can't complain.
No.
And what is the plan for the next day? What are you gonna do?
We don't make the same mistake with
Maker.
yes, and with dagger bar, but it's not a problem.
The first and the second race is very bad because we made so much mistake. We made mistake at upwind. We take a penalty and we didn't see the ley line. But in the third race, we solved this problem and we do everything perfect. So we made a better grade. We made a better score. And today, I hope that we can avoid those problems and make a better grade.
So today looked a little bit different from day one. This morning we had a stronger northerly breeze. It's a warmer day, so we're expecting a stronger aura later. However, that means we've got a slight delay as the race course is reset. So plenty of opportunity to talk to the overall leader in the Nacra class.
We're really excited how the day went, but we know that the race is still long and we need to stay focused. Staying focused on the race and not be too focused on the results. We'll just try racing as always, stay focused and have fun. I think boat speed helped a lot. Maybe some tactics, the wind was a bit shifty, so staying on the shifts.
France and Belgium.
Maybe the downwind, we felt really fast on the downwind, so yeah, everything, maybe trim, gust, everything helps. Well, it's incredible. The place is super fun, nice, and it has a crazy view, so it's really nice to be out there racing.
Yeah, it's very fun, and it's interesting because the wind is.
So welcome back to stunning Lake Garda for the Youth Sailing World Championships. We've had one day of racing and so far it's been a fantastic competition for the Italian team. We've already got some racing underway in the mixed multi-hull, so let's have a look at the results of the first race. So we're going into a replay here. It looks like the start was done under a U flag and it looks like the start got away cleanly. And it's really important to give yourself enough time in this situation for build-up. So the GBR boat there is going to make it very difficult for themselves. Now these are much faster boats than the single-handed classes, but they don't tack and jibe as quickly, so getting to the right it becomes much more important to pick that lane and to just get off the start line as soon as possible into that pressure on the right hand side. And this is a thermal breeze we're expecting, so it's going to build and build.
Yeah, in a way actually it's quite suitable for Garda the venue because it's very much one-way favored. Like say we're heading to the shore as close as possible. So probably quite good for the mixed multi-hull to reduce the number of tacking.
And I do wonder if we're going to have the situation going through the regatta where we have people starting on port just to minimise that. That's something that was a race winning strategy for the Dutch man in the single-handed class yesterday. We'll be joining them live probably for their first race of the day.
Yeah.
But this is the first race of the mixed multi-hull, and you see so far every single boat is doing a jibe set. And I think that's a much harder manoeuvre than you would expect. We saw it previously with the IQFoil, where on the slalom course, and I believe they're doing fleet racing today, but on the slalom course they did the long hold to stay on that right hand side looking upwind, because pressure on a day like today is king. A lot of pressure getting the ley lines right as well.
Yeah, like looking at all the boats, they try to jibe as soon as after rounding the windward mark. And then they try to stay as close to the cliff as possible, making those footage so stunning.
Oh, it's a stunning surrounding, isn't it? I mean, people come here as a water sport paradise, but also for hiking and for mountain biking and for road biking. I mean, it's not a bad place to spend your time. And I did notice before this regatta started, there was a few Olympians doing some very last minute practice here, preparing for a certain large event coming up in Marseille.
Yeah, we used to train here in Garda a lot, especially to improve our downwind, because in the morning we can sail downwind from the north to the south and then stop somewhere in the middle and park the boat, stop the boat in one of the clubs. There are so many clubs alongside the lake.
Oh, was that a race win for France? So a race win for France is going to put them into the overall lead, isn't it, Lily?
Yeah, yeah.
So the slower boats are doing 2 races a day. The IQFoil 4.
So after today's first race, we can see France pair is winning boat, and followed by the local Italian, and then the third one is from Belgium.
So they're tied on points for first. So that was a really, really key race for them, because I just think success builds success, and they'll be feeling a lot of confidence. So let's see if we can go to interview with the French boat, see how they feel after the race win.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Team France, first victory on day number 2. How are you feeling?
Good, very good.
Can you give us some insights of the conditions on the water?
I don't know, say in English.
Bah, vous pouvez dire en français?
Le vent est un peu faible, un peu irrégulier. C'est assez marrant à jouer, on va dire.
So, just to do a little translation, so the wind was quite light, a little bit patchy, but it was still okay for the first race. Let's hope for the next one. Alors, on va continuer en français là pour la famille à la maison, pour les fans.
I've got to say, that's why Greta is absolutely ideal to be the on the water boat. I wouldn't have a clue. I can say je ne comprends pas, and that's about the limit of my French at the moment. But it looks like they're still waiting to start the next race. What I have been so impressed with is how quickly they've managed to do these course resets. And a recap for people who are just joining us, we've got 5 different courses, we've got different bases for the sailors to launch from. There's 11 events going on, and over the next 5 days we're going to be covering them all. I hope you're enjoying the content. If you are, please do give us a like on YouTube. If you're not, please give us a like on YouTube, and do share, because we just want to showcase our beautiful sport. And comments, live comments are always welcome, and we'll take your feedback on board, because we just want to provide the best possible streaming we can. And it's happening here live. So one of the beautiful things about sailing is every day on the water is different, but it does mean not always races start on time.
Yeah, one of the reasons I love sailing so much, I used to be a swimmer. I started swimming from the age of 5, and then at age of 10 when I tried the sailing, and I never want to go back to swim anymore, because swimming is sort of boring in the pool to and back, whereas sailing every single day is different.
And I've got to say, we go to some stunning places. Lake Garda is, you know, world famous, and they have a lot of world championships here for good reason, because we have this reliable wind. In fact, as a sailor, I do think it's quite nice to have this afternoon start. You know the breeze is going to come in. It was a little patchy yesterday, going down probably around 3-4 o'clock local time, but actually that just improves the skill level, as it were, in terms of it's not easy. The top performers obviously make it look easy, like experts, but you could just see every single day we're looking at roughly southerly wind direction. We're looking at roughly 15 knots, and it depends on the humidity and the cloud cover and the morning wind direction. But we know, and I need to be careful I say this, but we know we're going to have racing every day, which is a very nice situation.
Going back to the story that we talked about, many Olympians, many sailors will try to choose Garda to sail and train for the simple reason that it's guaranteed to have wind. It got the name of wind machine, and every morning when we sail downwind to the south and then coming back in the afternoon after a lovely lunch and a little rest.
Well, this event as well is truly special. It's the best under 19 sailors in the world. There's over 400 of them. In fact, there's over 160 coaches here who are all put on one boat. So it's quite stressful for the coaches as well. I got to admit, I think we've got a much better view of the racing here in our studio than they have. But the gauntlet is laid down. Going back, we had Sally Cuthbert from the UK, and I believe one other team got 4 gold medals at Youth Worlds, and I think that's a record that's going to be truly hard to beat. And top sailing nation, France, is that correct?
France raised the nation's trophy the most, 11 times in total. After that is Italy, Netherlands, and the Great Britain. So just probably once less. We raised it 10 times, so those are really strong nations for sailing. Because this event really does feel like a mini Olympic Games, because it's this situation where it's one sailor per event per country. So you really do have the weight on your shoulders. We're going to be looking at the ILCA 6s later today. There's a slightly later start time than the Nacras, and we're going to see, you know, how it looked after the opening day, because some people may have made it very difficult for themselves, but there's lots and lots more racing to be had. We're here on the Nacra course, the orange flag is up, so it's not going to be that long until they start racing, and I think there's just a slow and steady increase and probably slight veer in the wind direction, and the race team are doing their very best to have a fair start line and a fair course. And we saw yesterday actually positioning at the first mark was a big indicator of the finishing position, and that means getting off the line is absolutely key. So lots more racing to come, but it does feel like it's a French-Italian battle. Yeah. Oh, as we can see, U flag has just come up. That means 6 minutes countdown. So I think I'll just take the time just to explain the U flag. So basically, if you're over the start line within 1 minute, then you're disqualified from that race. And the reason we do this is because if we can keep the fleet back in that final minute, it's more chance of a clean start. If for whatever reason there's a general recall, you are allowed to restart the next start of the race, which is how it differs from the black flag, which we saw a lot on race 1. And I would say to people, if you didn't manage to catch the live stream yesterday, please do go back and check it out. It was fantastic racing. I was just amazed at how quickly those slalom races were. I just felt the race finished almost as soon as it started. Yeah, yesterday we had top speed probably close to 20 knots. So for those who don't know those flags on the race committee that much, we can explain a little bit more as well. So the orange flag will first raise up to warn sailors that we are going to have the starting procedure fairly soon. So stay close to the starting line. And then we have the flag D at the end, which means that D course area. Above the flag D, that's RC, means race committee. And then we have the mixed multi-hull class flag and U flag, which Jon just explained. And we're going to be going to course C later. In fact, it's bad preparation. I can't remember. Normally it's called Charlie, but it's called something Italian. So we will be going there when the racing kicks off for the single-handed class. And we really enjoyed the racing they had yesterday. Very close. And we'll come to some interviews with the leading Greeks later. And the thing I would say to people watching at home,
the sailors you're seeing now, the sailors we're interviewing and the sailors who are performing at the front of the fleet, they're the sailors that you're going to see in 4, 8, 12 years' time at Olympic Games. A fact that, yeah, there are some who's probably going straight to Marseille after here.
Yeah, and the Nacra, the mixed multi-hull is just a perfect youth class for those who want to carry on to pursue their Olympic dreams, which will be slightly bigger version called Nacra 17.
So
and then the big
2 foot
difference,
bigger?
bigger and also foiling, which is having the L foil underneath the bottom.
So I think it's probably worth mentioning now that 4 of the classes here are foiling and 5 of the classes at the Olympic Games will be foiling.
Yeah.
And I really do think foiling is the future. It's just amazing to think kite surfing, which I think we'll get to on another day, is actually the fastest sport at the Olympic Games. Have you ever been foiling?
Yeah, I've been learning some foiling on the dinghy as well. So I used to sail single-handed and still foiling on a single-handed, which is a wasp that I really enjoy foiling. And there's no doubt it is the future. Not only half of the Olympic classes now foiling above the water, but also all those professional sailing circuit more and more into foiling.
So we're sat here in our wonderful studio, and I can't help occasionally look over my shoulder behind me, and there's just so many people whizzing up and down having fun. Oh, here's the starting grid. So this is the mixed multi-hull, and I think they're going to be lining well back because it takes a little while to get them up to speed. The difference, or the big difference, as we said earlier, between this and the Olympic class is the Olympic class, the Nacra 17, is full foiling, and it just feels that the Olympic classes get faster and faster every year, and it's quite hard to not get overexcited when you're watching. We had a few catapults yesterday, and I did feel sorry for the sailors involved. And in any of these faster classes, if you end up with a sail in the water, it's probably more or less the end of your race. Sailing, it's a consistency sport, so you want to keep it safe. Looks like the whole fleet is lining up, looking to keep away from that pin end. If you can't make the pin end today, it will be very dangerous.
So as we can see, yeah, all the boats are on the pre-start side, and on windward of the race committee boat, will most of them choose to start by the windward end? Well, because it's so right-hand side favored, of course.
It's funny because we used to talk about this as the waiting area. So that waiting area, if you get shut out from the committee boat and can't start, that's even more death. So it'd be interesting to see what the situation is within 30 seconds of start line. So now everybody's still got a few options. They're wiggling, they're looking and fighting for some room. But within the last 30 seconds, you can already have a pretty good idea, if you're a coach, where your sail is going to start and how that start's going to look. And the race officers actually often set a port bias line just to try and spread the fleet out. So it looks like GBR, who had a poor start in the first race, is the most leeward boat, and GBR and China jockeying for position there. You don't want somebody in any class, any event, camped straight underneath you to leeward, and that's because you need to bear away to get that accelerator. But we're looking into the last 15 seconds. Yeah. I do think it's pin biased. I think there would have been room for a port tack flyer there. I really do.
Obviously, most boats are pretty conservative. So we can see the British boat. Oh, are they going for a tack? No.
No, there's not enough room to tack. And it may be obvious, but what you want to look out for is the coloured bibs. So you see the yellow coloured bibs, that's the overnight leader, and they position themselves right next to the committee boat so they could be first to tack. So we're going to see a big fleet split in front of the course. You've got GBR leading out to the right, but obviously good start but unable to tack. And then we had the the event overall leaders. They're already on port and progressing to that left-hand side. And I just think it's really difficult in this situation because GBR has to wait for Brazil to go, and then I would expect them to tack as soon as they're able. I imagine there's a bit of communication between these two boats when the whole world is on port.
And then I'm sure the British sailor was hoping, hey, come on, China, tack, let's tack.
What would you do in this situation then, Lily?
I would probably shout to the windward boat, hey, please, let's tack as soon as possible. But yeah,
I think I would.
Because it's no, it's not a win-win situation. No.
It's a lose-lose situation. I think I would go up high to make it difficult and force them to go off. But
okay.
I think the damage may also have been done. But will GBR roll China here? Or is China away? Only one of these boats is going to come out looking good. Oh, I think GBR might have been in trouble there. Wow, that's a huge difference. Huge difference between left and right. Already, what's that going to be? Over 100 metres gap between France, Italy and the UK there, GBR. And I think, judging from yesterday, it's going to be a French-Italian battle, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it is quite tricky to make the decision where you want to go to the right, but then it's so favoured on the port end side.
I'm surprised to see that Italy has already tacked off. I mean, with France being the most right boat now, I believe, it's really about controlling that separation with your rivals.
Maybe because we can't see the windward mark, they're already on the ley line.
So this is race 5. It's the second race on day 2. We will have one more race from the mixed multi-hull coming up. But at the moment, it looks like France is in a really good position, just protecting that right-hand side. And for the folks at home, it may not be obvious. There's a little bit more wind there on average most of the time. And in all the events, that's going to make a big difference, but perhaps especially in more high performance boats where they're looking at minimising the number of tacks. But there are shifts. In fact, yesterday I think there was probably more shifts than some of the sailors were expecting.
As we can see, the boat accelerates here. It's much better pressure on the right hand side of the course. And then you may even get a wind bend, which having a right hand side shift.
So when you're looking at the ley line, this is one of the most important decisions, that windward mark approach. And we can see that they're now in H1 mode. They're all flying one hull and twin trapeze. And that just means there's so much less resistance. I mean, it's amazing. We've only been racing a few minutes. How much separation is there?
Yeah, from the graph on the left, it's still saying China and GBR are closer to the mark. They are in the leading position, but we won't know until they cross each other with the other boats.
Well, I'm looking at it now, and I think those right-hand boats are probably on the ley line.
Oh, they are? Yeah.
Yeah.
The first boat is already rounded the windward mark. Oh, no, that's a...
No, I think that's a windsurfer who's got stuck on the course and is probably feeling very scared. But it's always hard to judge the ley lines, and that's just one of the real skills in sailing. We saw when we looked at the single-handed disciplines, they were doing far more tacks just to not end up overstanding that ley line. So what we're doing here is trying to keep it simple, and the Italian just got a nice clear lane. And when you're looking at that separation, whatever class of boat you sail, it's easier to sail fast when you're on your own.
As we can see, home favourite from Italy, the current leading pair, and Italy has some domination in the multi-hull, right? In the last Olympic Games.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, the Italian pair not only won the Games in Tokyo, but also they are 4-time world champion.
It's a shame for the Italians in a way that you can't have more than one person at the Olympic event, because their whole squad is performing. So if you look at something like 100 metres, you could have 3 Americans lining up in the finals. Whereas sailing, it's one spot per country, and probably particularly in Europe, that spot's really hard to come by.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's
just
one more port tack.
Yeah.
So my rule of thumb as a coach is if you're not sure, going a little bit further.
because for those boats it's so difficult to accelerate after tacking, so it is probably more valuable, more useful to go a little bit further from the ley line, whereas for the single-handed dinghy, it's much quicker to do a double tag.
Also, when they put the bow down and sail a lower course, they do go significantly faster. And that's one of the things we'll see when we look at the double-handed classes, which is the 420, that when they have the symmetrical spinnaker, they have different modes. So they could be going low and soaking or going high for speed. Whereas these guys, they're going to have a very optimum angle, which they want to sail if they can keep clean air from the other boats around them. But when we look at the Italian, they look like they're struggling now. Both side in board. This loss of distance for any sort of manoeuvre is absolutely huge.
Yeah, I imagine all the boats, every boat, when they try to sail to the right, but at the same time, if you are not the leading boat, and then after crossing behind all those leading pack, you always need to sail a little bit higher or further from the ley line, and then ended up like the leading boats just having more and more distance leading ahead.
So it looks like China has rolled over to grab the lead. So actually that start, that was okay. They managed to get back in there after that start.
Surprised actually the right hand side isn't that favoured.
Well, it's always a combination between starting with the favoured end of the line, and the angle that you're sailing to the next mark. So they obviously managed to get to the right quick enough, and we saw that with the IQFoils, that even though the pin end was often favoured, the fastest angle to mark was very important. So this split is, again, a little bit surprising. You would have thought the jibe set is more likely, but if we look at the water, we can actually see there's quite good pressure all around the course, and that separation, that's a high risk but high reward strategy. China now driving.
Yeah, I wonder China didn't do a jibe set as the previous race. Is also related to the upwind, as the upwind is great indication, meaning the left.
Yes, in terms of pressure, if there's more pressure on the right going upwind, then you're looking at more pressure on the right going downwind, which is obviously the left as you look downwind. But I think maybe they felt that they could get more into the right if they just delayed the jibe. It looks a very comfortable cross, and you could see from the crew position, so everybody's right at the back of the bus, it's plenty of pressure. So actually China is now looking upwind, the most right-hand boat, and have opened up a fairly sizable lead. But who knows, when they next jibe, that'll be the telltale.
Yeah.
The other issue I would have in my mind is they want to set up for the leeward mark rounding.
Yeah, I just give a little bit background for this Chinese pair. I'm so happy to see them leading this race, and they are from my hometown, Shanghai.
Shanghai?
Yeah, and then they are club sailors. They are not like my grown-up path, which is full-time sailor and then state funding. But for them, it is because they like sailing, enjoy sailing, and their parents, like the Western world, their parents paying everything. They go to the Shanghai Yacht Club and training every weekend, and they're in their holidays, and I'm so happy to see them competing in those top international level events.
Well, so far they're doing all the right things. I just have to say a little shout out to those wingers who are in the course. We talked about wing foiling earlier as a very good way to get into foiling, but probably best not to be on the mixed multi-hull course. It's probably a scary time for them. I would run away. But the change now, I think China's dropped back into second, but let's see what happens with the cross. And the rate of closure here, obviously China the right of way boat, but the rate of closure here, it's pretty quick.
Let's see if they
I
can
think
get
there's enough separation.
Ooh. So stealing those boats in downwind is when you get more pressure, you can sail lower, meaning the course is more economic. Whereas when you are in a low, then you ended up having to head up a little more, meaning you are sailing longer distance overall. So
Absolutely.
Pressure is king.
Oh, that was very close there for China with whoever that was to leeward, very close. But they do look in control, and the final approach to the mark, they're now going to be thinking which way do they want to go up the beat, because choosing the gate is very important. Once again, you don't want to round the gate and have to tack immediately unless there's an awful lot of bias on it. So this is probably coming into the final jibe. We'll see whether China goes with them.
So China, wow, nearly 15 knots compared with Tahiti.
Good pressure there. A lot of separation with the fleet.
Yeah, I think they should protect the lead and then sail with the pack of the fleet instead of having that big separation. Or maybe it's already close to the mark ley line.
So this is the final jibe, and it's a lot of crew work. Just making sure that kite is flying as soon as possible. This is obviously the big danger when you're the port boat, not only to run out of pressure, but if you're on port and the rest of the world is on starboard, it could be pretty scary times.
Yeah. So in terms of rules, a boat on a port tag needs to keep clear of a boat on the starboard tag.
So when China get into that pressure in a minute, I'm expecting to see a bit of a change of direction, and that's a really tight cross there.
Ooh.
That's wow.
Oh no. What's happening? China might infringe the rule.
I think that could have been a protest. It depends whether they were within 3
boat length,
hull lengths. It also feels like this mark, the right-hand mark looking upwind, is really
low,
a long way down.
Yeah. But probably it's better if you want to sail to the right, meaning you can have one less jibe and one less tack.
Yeah, but we saw it on the start line, actually, even though they wanted to go right. The bias on that pin end made it worthwhile. Let's have a look at that replay. That looks like an infringement to me.
Yeah.
That's a port starboard.
Yes, well...
And it didn't look like there's been any exoneration, because many decades ago in sailing, if you broke a rule, you were disqualified. You had to retire from the race. That was it. And then we went to something called the 1080 rule. People had to do 3 complete
So
turns.
unless the Spanish boat, or is that the Spanish boat, wanted to jibe at that point, otherwise I think that was just
infringement. I think that was just a clear infringement. I'm really surprised there was no penalty turns here. I would like to be a fly on the wall, because I reckon there would have been a bit of shouting.
So what sailors could have done is, on the water, if China is infringing the rule, and then they could do a 1-turn penalty to exonerate this.
And it's
themselves.
Not even a 1 turn; it's a tack and a jibe. So it could just be 270 degrees.
Yeah. And then if the boat who breaks the rule and didn't doing the turns to exonerate yourself, then the other boat can protest, and there will be a protest hearing after they come in ashore.
I don't understand why they wouldn't take the penalty and just realise that they probably dropped to 6th place, because if that goes to protest, I mean...
It's quite costly, isn't it?
That's a definite disqualification.
Yeah, the disqualification meaning the number of boats plus 1 point.
Also, you want to have lots of friends in the fleet, because you're going to be racing against these people for a long time, and you don't want to be known as the person who comes in as a cowboy, because remember, we have Rule 14 to protect the boats. We don't want boat damage.
Yeah, so even if you are on a right-of-way boat, say you are the starboard or you are the leeward boat, you still want to avoid collision in order to follow the Rule 14.
Well, maybe this is a useful lesson for them.
Yeah, I think for the Chinese pair, they don't really get that many opportunity to race aboard, and then in China, they don't have any events at all.
There's no events?
No events for the mixed multi. So they can only do in training, or maybe the club will set up some course for them to do racing, but really there's no proper events in China for this class year.
So my top tip to anyone from emerging nations or this situation is just, you will learn so much from coming and doing high-level international competition, because that high-level international competition just brings up your level, whereas if you sail with lower-level sailors, it's harder to improve. And I think that's why the top sailing countries have these guys who dominate abroad, and then they come back and they help build up their home country. But it looks like China's very much on the left again, and it'll be interesting to see how this works out.
Yeah, like speaking of the emerging nation program, we want to make our sport sailing more inclusive, having more countries joining in. And then back into the very first youth sailing world championship, that was in 1971. We only have 16 nations participate, and then the record now is 78 back a few years ago, and the event was held in Malaysia, Langkawi.
Wow, and we have, I think it's 70 nations here.
Here as well, yeah.
And what's really nice is at the Olympic Games, I think we had 8 emerging nations countries qualified for Tokyo and Marseille. I think it's 25.
Wow, that's a big increase.
That's a really big increase, because once your country's been to Olympics, you just have that excitement back home, and hopefully, you know, there's more people watching sailors, supporting their home country when it comes on TV. But this has been a surprisingly even race track, and you see the Italians have gradually moved through the fleet, and I think this will be an important race for them, because it's not about winning the race, it's about being consistent. And if they have a few boats between themselves and France, well, that makes it more comfortable going into the final few days.
Yeah. So Jon, you've sailed Tornado, which is also multi-hull. How does that trapezing feeling like compare with sailing single-handed dinghy?
Well, I used to crew the Tornado. I can tell you it's an awful lot of work. The first time I went to pull the main sheet in, I actually just went to the back of the boat and the main sheet stayed where it was. So I had to learn to use my legs a little bit. But these boats are much more modern. I mean, the Tornado is a fantastically designed boat, but it wasn't originally designed for a spinnaker, and it definitely wasn't originally designed for twin trapeze. So downwind on venues like Garda, where it's really windy, really short chop, that was pretty hard work. And I just think the lead boat is trying to pinch up to get up, and that's often not a good plan. But I don't think they can tack in front of Italy. I think Italy's in control, although maybe Italy's not on the ley line either.
But looking at this, they're going to tack and then duck the Italy boat.
This is where we say call in the ley lines. It's really important. Is Italy on the ley line?
Yes.
I think they're going to make it. Just a little crouch in, a little luff.
So close.
And that's probably why they're the event leaders. Now, crikey, a little bit of submarine in there, and that's going to make the jibe hoist hard.
Yeah. When racing, it's all about making less mistakes and let your rival make mistakes, and so that you can keep catching up.
And the problem they have now is that the rest of the fleet is close behind them. But there's just this is the kill zone. So what we often have in Nacra racing, the Nacra 17, is we have 2 marks. So you have a spreader mark, so people aren't rounding a mark going upwind, and also immediately jibing to go downwind. So you don't have those boats on starboard upwind meeting boats on port going downwind, because that, we affectionately call that the kill zone. But it does look like Italy's back going well now. I think it might be a jibing battle.
Yeah, as we can see, Jon also explained earlier, the Italian pair wearing yellow jersey. Many sports having yellow jersey, right? Meaning they are the leading pair so far after yesterday's racing.
I think Italy's actually going for the role. I think they're trying to climb up. They want to keep that side. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Off they go. Here's the jibe. Interesting to see if the leader matches the jibe. Yes, there they go. And it's a real skill set.
Since it is the last downwind leg, it makes sense to cover your opponent, because that Italy boat is the only boat matters to the Tahiti boat.
I think tactically they're that far in front now that they're definitely going to finish first or second, these two boats, unless something very unexpected happens. And there's enough of a gap there, but I think they're both sailing a little bit high. I think Italy's coming. The thing is, will they be able to jibe and cross, or will they be leading back in?
Quite often we say about the dirty air. So if it's an upwind, probably the boat to leeward is having some bad air. But that's not the case for the downwind, especially when they're sailing that fast and the apparent wind all changes, isn't it?
Well, here, I mean, if you look at the America's Cup wind, when they're going downwind, it's still the dirty air is still going behind them. But this is a close battle, and if we look at the big picture, I think the Italians want every single point, or I should say they want to have the fewest points.
Oh, I remember, like when I was sailing, coaches always tell me, every single point counts.
Every meter counts.
Well, probably not for, well, okay, like because sometimes when you sail and then you think, oh, this doesn't matter for 1 point or so, but in the end you will be surprised.
Well, Italy going for the roll again. Italy going for the roll.
So will Italy roll over?
So I think Tahiti just want the race to be over, and Italy will want more runway. But it's closing up, and behind them I think there's a good battle between China and Belgium. So in this situation, I think Italy can stop them jibing, but we shall see. It's super close. There's going to be a bit of pressure in the boat now.
It's interesting to see some boats having the crew trapezing as well, where
so
others sitting.
They're soaking down to keep low, to stop Tahiti jibing until they want to jibe. But I think that was the finish. That was a quite biased finish line. I thought that was going to be a photo finish. Perhaps we can catch that in replay, but just hats off to the Italians. I think they probably came second, but they certainly made it very difficult and kept the pressure on right to the end. That's the boat that you don't want to be behind you.
But second is still consistent score.
Well, I think they will have gained a few points now on France as we head into the final race. And it'll be interested to chat with the Chinese sailors about that port starboard situation, but maybe I'll leave that to the coach.
I think, well, maybe we could ask in Spanish what's their thoughts, or whether they were planning to jibe at that point, or they were forced to avoid a collision.
So time for quick recaps. Actually, Tahiti was from the left, as was China, as was Great Britain, and these boats did surprisingly well, having just carried on for quite a long time before going to the right. And sometimes it's still about being in phase with the shift, and it looks a little bit like dominoes, where they all tack, 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 tack.
Yeah. And most of the boats sail to the right, while the Chinese pair choose to sail to the left, and surprisingly winning the windward mark.
So maybe there's some advantage without having preconceived ideas with race strategy. The other thing is also about traffic. It's really hard to go fast when you have a lot of boats around, and that's really a skill that you get as a more experienced sailor. I mean, these crosses, port and starboard, they're pretty close, and I think, we look at the recap, and there's certain moments in the race which there's a lot of gap up for grabs, a lot of meters up for grab, and potentially a lot of points up for grabs. And France was doing well initially, and it looks like they actually ran out of pressure by going too far right, which is unusual.
Yeah, looking at their movements and steering, it feels to me the crew is much more physical. But why are we having more female as a crew instead of male crew? Because we think about fitness, male boys should be much stronger and then take this advantage.
I think I think we'll have to ask some of the female crews. That's not a question I can answer. I think it's so important to have inclusivity, male and female in sport. I'd like to see a lot more female team leaders and coaches and so on to be the aspiration, or the inspiration, I should say, for young girls in Optimus. But
so
the
that's
lead
the
boat,
finish.
Tahiti, they did a really good job defending. And actually, in the end, that was more comfortable than I thought. The race that always sticks in my mind at the moment is the 49er medal race, and there was just meters in that
this
at the
race,
last games.
The young pair of Tahiti winning race 5 of mixed multi-hull, followed by Italian, which is the overnight leader, and then Belgium.
And France, crucially, climbed up to 4th.
Yeah, so as Jon said, there are more gap between Italy and France now.
One more race to go, so it's probably going to be about 2:40 local time. I'm looking behind me now, and the wind looks absolutely amazing. I think we're going to expect more of the same. I think the race officer has done a fantastic job so far. I just wonder if we're going to see this port hand start again, because that would have been a race winning move, and there definitely was room. But again, it's that high risk, high reward, and the Italian approach to be at the committee boat at first attack it's actually the conservative thing to do.
Yeah, just to give you some general background of this event, which started 1971. Okay, we have very steady southerly wind.
Well, I think we could just say every day is about 15 knots from the south.
Yeah.
Small waves at about 30 degrees.
So there's a big chance that we could finish all the races that are scheduled, right?
And the reason I think that's so important is the more races you have, the more likely the cream rises to the top, and the fairer the competition and the more worthy the winner. Because if you're unlucky and you only have 4 or 5 races in a competition, there's more luck element. But a full series, there's going to be some proud people on the podium on Friday.
Jon, yesterday we also had a little chat about the record.
So, well, let's see. We've got a little bit of time before race 3. Can we grab Greta and just go to interview, because I'll be really interested to see what they think of that final downwind battle. Greta?
So we're here with Team Tahiti, who just won race number 2 of today, and it's their first victory in general. Congratulations, how are you feeling?
It's amazing. It's amazing. I don't know.
Ok, just super happy. Alors on peut continuer en langue française là. Vous venez de vraiment loin, donc Tahiti c'est complètement différent qu'ici. Est-ce que vous aimez bien naviguer ici sur ces lacs?
Ouais, c'est top. C'est vraiment un plan d'eau magnifique avec les montagnes. L'eau est fraîche, il y a du vent, c'est génial.
C'est quand même vraiment différent que chez vous, non?
Il n'y a rien à voir.
Voilà, c'est ça. Et quel est votre but pour les prochaines courses là?
De faire toutes les manches dans le top 3 pour remonter dans le classement, parce qu'hier on a eu pas mal de difficultés. Donc on va essayer de remonter là.
D'accord, super. Est-ce que vous voulez envoyer un petit coucou à la maison, à la famille, à tout le monde?
Je sais pas s'ils regardent, hein, mais coucou.
Super, bonne chance, courage.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, ciao.
Oh, that's fantastic, Greta. Thank you so much. I remember sat at the back of my French class thinking, why will I ever need to know French? And now it will be very, very useful. So we're here waiting for the start of the 3rd race, and perhaps you can just talk us through the flag situation again, Lily. This is the 2024 Youth Sailing World Championships in Lake Garda. What's these flags on the committee boat mean?
So as we can see from the right, which is the orange flag yet to be hoisted, meaning that once the orange flag is up, then we will have 5 minutes before the first warning signal, which is another 5 minutes. So that's just a flag to inform sailors that the race official is going to have the starting procedure fairly soon.
And also on station. It feels like there's a bit of chat going on with this rib. Do you think that's the PRO, or how good's your ice?
Not PRO should have a flag of PRO, but it does look like Tim Hancock.
I'm just trying to understand sign language, but he's drifting off out of picture. So if you were a mixed multi-hull sailor, what would you be doing in this precious few minutes between races?
Yeah, we will obviously trying to refill ourselves, trying to drink more water. Maybe for them, if it's physical, they need to drink sports water.
Oh, I'm sure. For the crew, at least it looks very physical.
And then also have some solid food. My favorite is banana because easy to digest, and then it's very high in carbs. And then you've got some great nutrition in banana. So banana would be my favorite pick. And then after, if you have a bit more gap, then you can have some sandwich or things like that.
Do you know, when I was growing up, it used to be considered bad luck to have bananas on the boat?
That's more for the offshore.
Is it? Okay. It also used to be bad luck to have green rope on the boat, which was also ironic because there was an awful lot of the best quality rope was coming out only in green. But I think this sports science stuff, it's so important. The other thing I'd like to say, to take the opportunity to chat to your coach. So do you remember doing the Youth Worlds? What was it like when all the coaches are put together on one barge?
Yeah, that was another very unique experience when all the coaches are together on the same boat, a bigger boat, and then after racing, obviously you try to find your coach, have a little chat, have a little debrief, and then to see what your coaching's opinions are, because they are more in the observation point of view.
So what do you do if your coach is shouting one thing at you and you can hear the other coaches shout something completely different?
Then I sail away.
You don't want to know. Well, I think now probably a good time. Let's go to a little advert, and hopefully when we get back it'll be time for some more amazing mixed multi-hull racing. So after all that, do you want to just move to Italy? We were here. We came here on the hire car, and the other Brit was sort of saying, why am I living in the UK when I could be here? But I think this is a very special event. I mentioned earlier about Sally Cuthbert. It's somebody I grew up, won 4 gold medals at the Youth Worlds, which, because obviously you have to be under 19, it's very hard to do that many events, let alone win them all. You mentioned there was another sailor?
Yeah, another windsurfer from Poland, Sofia. She also won 4 times in the Youth Sailing World Championship. And then there are many other legends who's the winner, past winner, and then carry on to be the world champion and Olympic champion.
So talking about the Olympics, this is the perfect stepping stone for the Olympic class boat, so perhaps we can roll VT.
The mixed multi-hull will be taking centre stage at Paris this summer. Italy's defending Olympic champions Ruggero Tita and Caterina Banti give us the inside track on the Nacra 17 they'll be racing at the Games.
The Nacra 17 is the mixed multihull and foiling for Paris 2024.
My role is a crew. I manage the rope, I do the speed of the boats and the height of the boat from the water, just moving my body front and back.
I am the helm, I do the steering, in my hands I have the rudder and I am able to steer the boat around.
The Nacra 17 is really physical, is a really technical boat and hard boat in some condition. The crew must be strong, quick, agile and really resistant.
We have 4 appendages and they are all independent. We can tune it all, so it's very technical, and also we have a lot of tuning on the sails, on the mast. So when the Nacra 17 gets to 9-10 knots, we can lift the boat from the water, so the appendages that are under the water get some flow and the boat lifts from the water and we are able to fly. The perfect wind conditions are 12-13 knots and flat water, but of course we are racing in different environments, so we take what we get.
Marseille could be a lot of different conditions, could be everything, so wave, flat water, strong wind, light wind, medium wind, so
yeah,
yes.
We need to be prepared for everything.
I think to be at the top of the fleet, the most important thing is to give it all you have, so more than 100%, and to push over your limits, physical and mentally, and then to find always the limit in the boat.
Beautiful, she said everything.
So the orange flag is up, which means we're going to be going to racing soon. But I just have to talk about the Italian Nacra 17 team. They're absolutely amazing. And the Olympics, it's a very difficult event. In fact, sailing as a sport, we have the worst conversion from world champions to winning Olympic titles of any sport, because there's so many variables beyond our control. But I think the Italian team, they look very, very good for gold, and actually I think their training partners, the Brits, look pretty good for silver. So that's a good message for making the friendships at the Youth Worlds, because you want to train with the best people you can, and then you can all get medals. So those multi-nation friendships, so important.
And the very interesting thing, they are the biggest rivals of each other, the Brits and the Italian, but they could still train together. Like the Brits joined the Italian training in Italy during the winter, which is wow. But then the two pair are getting better and better.
Oh, they've left the fleet behind to a certain extent, and it's that big picture thinking, because if you stay at home and train with the Brits, for example, as a British sailor, you're actually bringing up the level of your rivals.
Oh.
So I think that's got to be said. And talking about the conditions for the class, obviously Garda is amazing, that sort of 15 knots flat water. They have some very good training bases all over Italy. But a little something about the boat and how it differs from any other foiling boat, and obviously from the Nacra 15, which is the mixed multi-hull for the youths. Every other foiling boat has an appendage in the water that actually does the trim. So you have a prodder and a moth, and that sets the height. The height is purely controlled by the crew moving forward, back, to get that foil. So we're actually, crikey, we've had a fast forward there, Lily. We're actually almost into the final minute. So I'll talk a little bit more about the Olympics at a later date, but now we want to focus, and it's interesting to see if China's going to be coming in towards that pin end again. And it just feels some of the boats, they're lining up quite late with 1 minute to go. You just don't want to get in a shut out position where you can't cross the start line.
So that's the tricky part about starting. On one hand, you want to be at the favor end as early as possible, like say before, well ahead of 1 minute. But on the other hand, if you line up too early and then you have other boats from the behind and sailing to leeward of you, and then you're really not only losing the leeward space to accelerate, but also you're unable to tack.
Yeah, I mean, for example, the US, I'm not sure whether there'll be space for them. I think the French, it will just not open the door for them. And you really don't want to get in a protest situation. The board and boat handling becomes really difficult in these light winds. Really difficult. In fact, I'm not sure, but is that the yellow bibs?
Final 10 seconds. Let's see. There's some boat. Oh, a boat tack to the Spanish
the Italians
tacked.
will be in a danger position there.
Oh.
So some teams are absolutely flat out now, and the Italians are still waiting to be able to cross the line, and that could be really costly for them. And it's interesting, France decided to start in a similar area, and I would expect them to tack and look where their rivals are going, because it's this point position between boats.
Interestingly, still Brits
it's the same lineup.
And then China.
I just need to check with the director. Are we looking at the same race again?
Yeah, obviously you can see from this race, like it's sort of a copy to the previous one, and we have a that's definitely a new race, because
but we have a lot of port bias, a lot of port, and it surprised me, but it just feels like China's got really good speed there.
Yeah,
really, and as long as you're in pressure, I mean, pressure is your friend. And one thing I would say,
maybe the Brits slow down trying to tack.
Yeah, I think the Chinese boat has got it dialed down, but high performance boats in terms of the manoeuvres, speed is definitely your friend, and just trying to get back up as soon as possible. But looks like Spain is leading to that right hand side, and that's a strong position. But the battle for the championships is with France in second, and the Italians, I think they're back in 11th.
That's the moment that's testing the top level sailors.
Well, we've got a French-Spanish cross coming up. Oh no, tack for tack. That does surprise me. So these guys, they're really good on their boat handling. That's thinking ahead, proactive sailing.
Yeah. So quite often you will end up in the mid fleet or the back of the fleet, and then that's the real time to test your skills, to see how good you are, whether you're able to catch up one boat after another, trying to save a bad race. We quite often say a bad race is...
It's an opportunity.
Well, also there's another sentence in English that's saying the event will be as good as your last bad
often
race.
your event is as good as your worst race. And
Worst race.
by that we mean often your overall result is dictated by, oh crikey, there's a winger who's right on the race course again. He's going to have mixed multi-hulls going either side of him. But yes, often your event is decided by the least worst result you have counted in your series.
Yeah, like
whoever counts the least worst. But it feels like Italy really, really struggling. And it's funny, when you have a game plan, it's really important to stick to that plan. And when things go a bit wrong and you get a poor start, it's really hard to keep to your strategy. And I think France here is doing a really good job of putting on the pressure. I think something happened to Spain. The speed's well down there. Whether they just ran out of pressure or struggled a bit with a manoeuvre. I would expect roughly 10 knots plus upwind in these sort of conditions. There's some tight crosses going on.
Yeah. For the mixed multi-hull, each different classes we have different time limit. So we could see yesterday we have IQ Youth slalom racing. The target time is 4 minutes.
So short.
And then for this mixed multi-hull, the Mach 1 time limit is 20 minutes. And then the race time limit is 50 minutes, and the target time is half an hour.
So when we get onto single-handers, that's going to feel like a long race, isn't it?
Yeah, that is 45 minutes. And later on, we will bring you the single-handed live race as well.
That's why they have sore legs. But I think they're getting pretty close to the top mark now. And sometimes there's just that little bit of luck where the shift goes your way as you come into the final mark. But we also say good sailors make their own luck. I think Belgium probably gonna have to put in attack. All these boats here now are just going full speed, and there's some really, really tight crosses here, and that's a skill set. In fact, the windier it gets, the more scary the duck gets, because your rate of closure gets faster and faster. There's another port starboard coming up. Oh, they made that look easy. That's it, to have that judgment when you know you can tack or not.
So the course actually for the upwind is pretty even. It's not that one side favoured, isn't it?
I think what we've got at the moment is all across the course there's enough breeze.
So France
for full trapezing. So if somebody's flat out and somebody's only got one sailor out on the trapeze, that's a big speed difference. But China's, they do seem to like that left-hand side, which goes against conventional wisdom.
And we can see actually the pressure is on the water, which you got darker colour.
Well, I think the race course is so close that actually you can go too far to the right and run out of pressure. And we get that in Weymouth with Portland, where we had the 2012 games in certain wind directions. Left is always favoured because of the topography. Again, you have another very high piece of land, but you can go too far left and run out of pressure. So, yeah, being conservative for France, if they can get a top 3 with Italian pretty much at the back, that's going to turn the race order on its head. The event overall standings.
Yeah, sailing, like for those inshore races, it's a little bit a game of guessing. It's just dependent on what's the success ratio of your guessing overall.
But those right-hand boats do look high and faster to me.
Better, yeah. Let's see what's the coursing like. So quite often before the start, we will get to know the race course area. We will arrive half an hour later. Have a feel of the wind, what's the shifts doing, what's the, like here we don't have current, but what's the chop feeling like. You have a bit of straight line speed work as well as trying to track the wind, looking at your compass, etc. Then you make up a plan before the start, where you want to start and where you want to sail, but still you need to be flexible.
You could see they were looking for that, couldn't you? You could just see they were looking, and the Spanish have gone underneath.
Yeah.
Crucial cross coming up. I think France is on the ley line here.
So the Belgium with red bib, meaning they are the 3rd overall after yesterday's racing.
No, I got that wrong. France has to do one more tack. One more tack.
And this will be interesting. Obviously, if Belgium tacks to starboard, will France tack below? I think it will.
France needs to go in there. The key thing is to have enough space so they can do the. If we look at this angle, I'd expect a
I think
jibe
this is
set.
a very comfortable ley line. No problem, no issue. Jibe set?
Well, I'm sure Belgium is very happy that the Italians are behind.
Oh, they follow the jibe set as well.
Yeah, when we look at that pressure downwind, I think that's an easy choice, and especially because they were lifted up on starboard to the windward mark, everything's saying going to be going downwind on port. And for this point, it's pretty hard to overtake. But without the spreader mark, it does feel a bit scary. All the boats on starboard going upwind and all the boats on port downwind.
I couldn't help laughing, like the Chinese and the Brits seems to be good friends. They are always sticking together.
Maybe they're sharing a coach. I don't know. But the situation now, it's going to be very hard for Italy to make some big gains because it's definitely just full send, both on the wire, stay in the pressure, and I guess if they can, they're going to do a one jibe downwind.
Jibe on the ley line.
Yeah.
It's quite tricky to call the ley line right compared with the upwind. Upwind is more or less set because you just sail one angle, whereas for the downwind, depends on the pressure because the pressure changes all the time. Then if there's more pressure, you could sail lower and then less pressure.
Lower and faster, and they're really extending all the time. The impression they can go jibe for jibe, and that just keeps them safe. In fact, you know, Belgium could be having a bit of tussle with the Swiss, which just makes it a little bit easier. They've gapped off, and there's no such thing as a comfortable win, but this looks more comfortable.
Yeah, this is a comfortable lead, and they can just sail a clean race, sail to where they wanted to, instead of need to think about covering the rivals. But they could still do a loose cover, just sail
Wow, boat speed
together.
makes you a tactical genius, and I would say they're looking both faster and lower, and they must be getting pretty close to the finish now. So
another lap.
Okay, so we've got one more lap. Sorry, mine was that I was getting overexcited. So yeah, definitely they could just play it safe.
Looking
now, I
at the mast, the top 1/3 of the mast, it looks quite bent to leeward.
Yeah, so you want to open the top of the sail, that twist, and at the top of these sails nowadays, when you compare modern boats to old boats, when we used to be coaching, you would draw a sail on a whiteboard as a triangle. Now, the top is almost square.
Yeah, making more efficient on the sails, because the top of the sails you get the best wind.
So this is called a high aspect ratio sail.
Square
so something
top.
like a Europe is the opposite. So you've got a lot of power up near the top, and we just have that twist where you have the wind shear. These teams are absolutely flying.
Oh,
So it's three races in a day, or 3 laps. That should have been easy for Jon to remember.
2 laps.
2 laps, 3
Yeah.
3 races. Yeah.
We have some great views from those drones, thanks to our production team bringing all those beautiful footage. And also, it is a beautiful area to film, and I hope those who are watching now enjoy as well.
I'm just trying to work out what's happening with the crew and the helm. I think there was an issue with the trapeze harness. I can relate to this as a 49er helm, where you go out and you can't clip on. So I think there's an issue on the French boat. I'm just trying to look. I think people will watch this footage actually for their own coaching, but that looks like there was a problem with the trapeze. I don't know if it's something they can solve, but it feels like the crew was helping the helm. I'm just trying to look as we go round. It may just be that the trapeze slipped down, and normally you have a safety knot so you don't actually end up in the water. And the idea of that, when you get a big gust, you can just drop to the knot and be full power. So they're just doing such a good race. It's so exciting, I can't even count the number of laps.
Yeah, like they have this comfortable lead. Even something happens, they got time to solve that out and give.
And when something happens, you do need to relax and focus to sort the problem.
Yeah. So it looks like this French pair also has a female crew and male helm.
Well, hopefully we'll see if we can get lovely Greta to grab them after the race. I'll be very interested to know if there was something that went on there. It was just a little bit of water skiing, but they just kept control. And I think now, they're that far in front. The safest thing is actually just for them to sail their own race without worrying too much about the others.
Yeah.
So tack, minimisation, and just stay in phase with the pressure on the shift. Because we're now getting late in the afternoon, you see those beautiful clouds over the mountains. That shows there's a lot of thermal mixing. So the wind that they're in is actually different to the wind that sailors are in further down the course. That means the wind at the windward mark is not blowing straight downwind.
It looks like the French still doing loose covering to their opponents, so sail close to the other boats, but at the same time they could still sail their own race.
I think they're just beautifully in phase. It's like they only ever tack through 80 degrees because as soon as they get into header, off they go. But yeah, if you keep between the next boat and the mark, it makes it really easy to stay in front.
In terms of the second lap, we need to put into tactics more often, right? And then if you want to sail together with your rival, you will apply a loose cover.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then if you wanted to have your opponent tacking, then you can execute a close cover, which is
so what you would do is close cover them to stop them going the way you that you don't want them to go. But it is interesting, all the time this is going on, the Italians are now back in the top 5 and maybe within striking distance of 4th. And I was just going to talk very briefly about that wind stability. Now, obviously, we have all the coaches just on a barge today, so they're not actually on the water apart from the EMP coach or moving around the racecourse. But if you have a very stable wind like you get in cold countries in the winter, you could have a coach at the Wimmer mark with a wind reading, and he could tell the coach at the start area what that is, and it would be exactly what he gets in, say, 2 minutes' time. This unstable breeze, you could have 50 knots at the Wimmer mark all day and 80 knots at the leeward mark all day, even though the wind direction it's blowing straight from one to another, because it's literally different wind. And this is why the different course areas will have different wind strengths and very slightly different wind directions. So this is course D, I believe, and we're moving to course C later today for the single-handers. But the real race now is probably whether Italy can stay in 4th. I think the top 3 are probably... The top 2 are definitely too far in front to catch now, but if they can squeeze into the top 3, that makes the points super tight again, and that's a very strong comeback. Yeah, the French are dominating that race. Their fleet position, nobody's going to pass them now. Keep it simple. Avoid the unforced error.
And this,
but don't relax.
So just to demonstrate the position of France leading ahead and then to windward of Germany, if it's close, if they are closer, then that's a close
I think
cover.
That's a mistake. I think Belgium is in second. I'm not quite sure what's happening with the graphic. I've been learning all country flags and things from the prize giving.
Oh,
sorry, not the prize giving. I'm getting ahead of myself. The opening ceremony. So there was 70 flags, and I definitely didn't know 70 flags. But I think it's Belgium in second place. And as you say, there's just a bit of a loose cover there from France, just keeping it safe. And the key race for me is whether Italy can get up to and stay in 3rd place.
Yeah, after today's...
We just saw them go past there, the yellow bibs.
Yeah, and hopefully the Italian pair could keep catching up in the final lap.
Well, I think from 3rd to 6th looks really close, and that final tack into the Wimmer mark's going to be what's key. I think France has made their life fairly easy. Oh look, there's a jet ski on the course as well. You don't want to be there, mate.
Well, they have control over, but probably the washes caused by them will annoy the sailors a little bit. But for multihull, probably it's slightly annoying compared with the monohull.
Yeah, they won't be thanking the rib for putting the wave, but that's just part and parcel of sailing. And again, you can't worry about things which are beyond your control. But I think, France has a pretty comfortable lead now, and they should just be having that communication about what they're doing at the Wimmer mark. Say, looking at the angle, I'll be surprised if it wasn't a jibe set, but we shall see.
What do you think of that rib?
I just think the real race is with Italy now, whether they can get up to that 3rd place and just keep the points as close as possible in the championship. And Belgium, they're doing everything they can. Oh,
by the way, earlier when we talked about the Italian Olympic champion in Nacra 17, they are also 4-time world champion, right?
Yes.
And then the other pair of who had 4-time world champions from France.
Ah, that's amazing.
Yeah. So Nacra 70 was first introduced to Rio Olympic Games, and then leading up to the Rio Olympic campaign, the French pair won 4 world championships in a row. So dominating. It's just a bit pity before the games, one of the crew had a bad back injury, and then they had to have some cortisone injections to stop the pain, but obviously still no way near to perform their best.
Yeah, this time of year in terms of Olympic Games, the coaches are basically wrapping their sailors up in cotton wool and they're not allowing them to cross the road without somebody either side of them.
So to me, the French and the Italian young sailors, they're almost following those older sailors. Like they're so dominating in the youth world championships, and later on they can be great in the adult events as well.
Oh, look at that for a wonderful, wonderful backdrop. It'd be very interesting to see what the sailors think when they come off the water, because the points I think are going to be quite close. It's actually difficult for me to do the maths in my head, and you know, sometimes it almost feels like the event isn't won by somebody, it's more that it's lost where somebody's made two big mistakes. You can make one big mistake, but more than that, it really puts the pressure on. And one of the things with sailing, there's so many things which are beyond your control. So routine, super important. Get back in the boat park, rinse the boat, and check everything is going to be good for the next day.
Yeah, it suddenly occurs to me in Nacra 70, because since we're so close to the games, it makes sense that we talk a little bit about games. And those sailors who are here for the Youth World Championships, many of them will carry on to chase their Olympic dream. And another record of this mixed multi-hull is in Rio 2016, we had the oldest gold medalist in sailing.
From Argentina?
Yes. Santiago Long at the age of 56.
With one lung?
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
He lost, he had his operation to remove one of the lung who got this cancer, and then during that campaign ended up winning the medal. Oh, it's just such a great achievement.
It looks a bit soft for the Belgians. Look at the difference. So if I'm looking at the boats here, we've got the rib on the left-hand side struggling to keep up. If we look at the streak of water behind the boat, the longer that streak, the faster they're going. And I just think that France went round with just a lot more pressure. Remember, they're sort of covered by the starboard boats coming into the windward mark. So yeah, that's a big extend from France. But crucially, I can't quite see, but I think Italy got into third.
So the speed difference, 2 knots?
There's a good jibe point there, because you can see those tall buildings. Now, people are very clear on wind shadow, so if it's really windy, if you stand to leeward of a tall building, then you're protected from the wind. But it actually works the other way around as well. Even with an onshore breeze, the wind doesn't immediately jump up over the building, it starts to go up and over the building gradually. So even if the wind is onshore, if you go too close to a tall building, there's much less wind there. So yeah, you can imagine that jibe point is set in stone. And I think there's some beginner windsurfers there, so they probably don't they don't want to go any more upwind, or they might meet some full force Nacras. That looks pretty scary if you're just learning to windsurf. But yeah, key, I think that's Italy now in third.
Having enough gap to the fourth, which is well over 100 meters.
That will be the big thing, the points difference between you and your rivals. So I would imagine come Friday we're going to be talking in terms of the mixed multihull about France, Belgium and Italy, and we'll see what order.
So on Friday we will have a medal race, the final race, and then let's see, then we will have new youth world champion crowned. So
the thing I would say, the best predictor of future performance is past performance, and this is really true on Lake Garda, where we look for the entire championships to have a fairly consistent wind for every single day. So if you have a slight boat speed advantage in these conditions, that makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. Both this Nacra 15 or Nacra 17, the mixed multi-hull, they are one design boat, but they allow you to make some modification in some areas. So slightly different from the single-handed, which is ILCA's, that's strictly one design.
You just change your ropes and your tiller extension, and that's pretty much it. That's one of the beauties about the ILCA. There really isn't much boat work to do, and I'm very unsympathetic when people don't do it, because they have no idea perhaps how much boat work you have in those more high performance classes. It sort of seems the price you pay for high performance sailing is more boat work.
I remember one of my I could say rivals from New Zealand, used to be rival, now good friend. She used to
Lily,
sail.
they could be both. They could be rivals and good friends.
What I want to say is another girl or woman I used to compete against from New Zealand, Julie. After 2008, she did the laser radio, and then she switched to 470, and then her commented that all those times she used to spend in the gym, because monohull is more tough for your fitness, and then she spent that time on boat work.
So I'll give you another Jon Emmett top tip. If you're a 470 sailor, buy yourself a nice step ladder to adjust your mast, so you don't have to keep on putting the boat on its side the whole time. That's Jon Emmett's tip, although you do need to turn the boat upside down to check the slot gasket. But yeah, there's a lot of boat there, and Joe's still going strong.
Yeah. She is competing. She's going to competing in Paris in another class, which is the 49er FX.
Now with black sails.
Yeah.
And,
so
yeah,
here's the
that's been
finishing
fitted.
line. Wow.
And that was a textbook race from the French team. I've got to be honest, they're going to have bit of confidence after that. I do hope that it's possible for Greta to grab them, but they may be very keen to go home, rinse the boat and get some pasta inside
So
them.
now the gap has been closed again. So
Yeah, Belgium, Italy, overall it's still close, isn't it?
Yeah.
But confidence breeds confidence, and one of the surprising things is confidence and competence don't actually necessarily add up.
Yeah, we may still get a little bit better between Belgium and Italy.
Well, I think Italy should be very proud after that start to finish top 3. I mean, they probably need to sit down and say, let's not get ourselves in that situation again.
Let's have a look here of the finish.
They should be very proud.
So
What's
Belgium,
that? 2 boat
second.
lengths behind Belgium?
I would say
boat length
1.
behind?
I would say 1.
Yeah, but they're not going to let themselves get shut out the door again after that. And it's interesting because boats have been able to start a little bit down towards the pin and still have good races. So, wow. The rest of the fleet, it's a long way behind.
So next looks like it's American sailors.
Yeah, expect a jibe now, and these guys, they're going to be pretty tired, guys and girls, and the crews, I think, especially, it's almost dancing for the crews, trying to trim the foils in the wave. And here, in some way, it's easier because the wavelength is quite close together and it's not very high, but the period of waves is very, very short. So, yeah, no such thing as a rest day. So I think actually we've managed to grab the French. Wow. So Greta, if you can hear me, be lovely to grab that interview.
Victories out of 3 races. Congratulations, guys. How are you feeling? What happened during the past race?
Yes, it's a good race. The wind was very strong, so it was very funny and a good game with the other nation.
And what happened? We saw that you had a little of a technical issue in the beginning, but then you were able to recover so speedy. What happened there?
The wind in the right was very strong, so we managed to go take it, and we arrived to take him. It's good.
Perfect, amazing. Donc vous êtes fatigué là ou ça va encore?
Un petit peu moins qu'hier quand même, parce que les premières manches c'était un peu plus facile, il y avait moins de vent, mais ouais, c'est un peu fatigant quand même.
Ah oui. So they won, and now they're actually tired and happy to go home. So all the best. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous.
Back to the.
So tired and happy sailors, that's a pretty common combination at the end of the day. And I would say, however fit you are, you should feel tired at the end of the day, because if you don't, you haven't pushed yourself enough.
So
results of race 6.
Yeah, after this is the race 6 results. French pair winning this race, followed by Belgium, and then Italy finished 3rd, and USA, Switzerland, and Germany. It would be interesting to have a look of the overall standings now.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we look at the points, it's still going to be pretty close. But France, they couldn't do any more than win the race. And the key thing to look at, just how much part was Italy there? Just absolutely parked by the committee boat when the others were flying, and they almost got second place, just pulling through the fleet.
To me, the French boat actually starts somewhere in the middle, and not so aggressive in the start.
It does feel like France were keeping an eye on
Both.
Italy, and they're aware of where their rivals were. But I do think there was enough pin end bias to make that end look interesting. And I think these top 3 boats probably have a little bit of a speed advantage. So Belgium is probably going to stay in bronze position overnight, but plenty of opportunity for change. I think what they need to do is just nail down some of these manoeuvres so they make it look easy, but the jibe set, and they're going to do a lot of jibe sets over the next 3 days, it's really difficult manoeuvre.
And actually, after today's racing, the overall standing will allow you to have 1 race deduction. Is that right? We can exclude the worst result.
But in a perfect world, you haven't sailed your discard yet.
Yeah, but in order to win events, you will try to not to use that opportunity in the early stage and try to be as consistent as possible.
Well, in terms of the Olympic Games for classes like the single-hander, the aim is just to be more than 19 points ahead of your rivals, and you can win with a day to spare. Now that means you might have to take a bit more risk early on, but risk-reward ratio very, very important. France just look absolutely solid from the start. I think they can be very proud of themselves and just go home and think that tomorrow there's no need to do anything different. I'll be up in the morning having a look at the wind, but I think we know that it's going to be blowing southerly every day to the end of the championships.
Yeah. Earlier you asked me what will we do in between races. I mentioned refuel.
Yes.
And then here I'll give Lily's tip, which is actually everyone or most people know it's very important to refuel as soon as you finish like your workout or your racing. So we have a golden 30 minutes window.
Your glycogen window.
Yeah. So if you can have some food that high protein and high carbs food, it will allows you to recover quicker for the next day's racing.
So
and then you know
the
what?
optimum ratio is 1 gram protein to 3 grams carbohydrate for anyone taking it. It's really hard to take the coach's hat off. And my top tip in that, which I completely agree, is if you take it in a liquid form, you might not. This is possibly different with swimming, but with sailing, you might not feel like eating straight off the water. But if you have a recovery shake, then you can force yourself to get it down the hatch and get the job done. Yeah. And my top tip is to make sure you choose one you like the flavour of.
Yeah, I still remember back in those days that when you were coaching me, I asked you to do me a favour, is to have the protein shake, which is the recovery drink, ready for me after finish. It's not that I mixed it before the racing. It's that
It just
as soon as finished, I could have that drink.
I used to shake it on the final reach as we try and get there. So we're going to go to the ILCAs now. We can see them going out to start. Does this bring back some fond memories, or your legs thinking you're glad you don't do that anymore?
Well, it is quite painful to hike on those single-handed dinghy ILCAs.
Well, they've been doing a lot of hiking just to get to the starting area.
Yeah. But at the same time, the beauty of this boat is simplicity. Everyone's using the same equipment. It's only a competition about your technique, tactics, everything.
Absolutely. So let's have a little chat to the overnight leaders, which I think are both from Greece. Well, you saw in that little replay there some really, really strong hiking from Hermione, and I think, yeah, today it's going to be even more so. Yesterday the wind probably dropped off about this time on the course area, but it's still absolutely pumping. So let's see what Hermione thought of day one.
Yeah, I'm really happy about this start to the championship, but I know that it doesn't mean anything. But still, I'm happy to start like this, and it gives me confidence to push and be stronger the next days. I think here it's quite obvious with the rocks. You always need to be close to them. So I think this helped me because I knew it already. So I arranged my tactics according to that. But also my starts were good, so I think that helped me be able to be in front and adjust properly to the race and to the tactics I wanted to do. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep being focused and keep the same mindset that I have to fight for each point, each race. And it's only the beginning, so still I have to focus on getting as much as good races as possible. I want to keep my points very low. And then at the end, I will change my tactics according to my ranking. But for now, I just continue like yesterday. Now it's first day only, but I know that there are some really good sailors behind me. So for sure the Ukrainian girl, because she's always been next to me. We've always been battling. The Italian girl, for sure. The Spanish, the USA. But I don't want to leave anyone out because I have to be careful. But yeah, there are many boats that are really good in the fleet. It's a really, really nice place to sail. The scenery is fantastic, and there's always good wind. So, and also the waves are choppy, but I like them. So yeah, it's really nice. It's a pleasure to come here and sail here. Yeah.
Well, it sounds to me, Lily, we've got a very happy sailor, and she obviously enjoys the short chop. The work rate there, very impressive with the hiking. We just see how mobile the upper body is, and it's not rocket science. The harder you work, faster you go with good technique. And we're going to have a quick chat now with another Greek, Alexandro, who's also leading after day one.
I feel very good. But we have also 4 more days, so it's gonna be a long championship. It was a little bit difficult due to the wind and the changes, but I don't know, it came. I didn't realize that. I really like the downwind and a little bit light wind. I mean, I don't like that much strong wind. There are a lot of rivals because each one of each country. I cannot say, there are many. Maybe the second guy in the New Zealand that we are tied right now.
Very wise head on the young shoulders there, and I think, you know, the ILCA class especially, the points often end up wide open because there's so many boats who could do well. Let's have a little recap.
So
that 1 point separating the top three?
After yesterday's 2 races, we have Greek sailor leading overnight, followed by New Zealand, Zachary, and the Netherlands, Heidi.
But I think at this stage, there's boats you won't even see on the overnight that can still do well.
Yeah, in the girls' fleet, also we have a winner from Greek, followed by UKR and then Italy.
So that's the female dinghy. I think we won't worry about that. The ILCA 6, it's the male and the female dinghy. It's the same hull, the same sail. Everything is the same, but when we go to the Olympic classes, the men's sail the 7, which is a slightly larger rig, but really, you know, it's much more physical. So a lot of people won't transition until they get to that 19 years old. One of the sailors I think wasn't on that list. The Italian sailor, male sailor in ILCA 6, Antonio, I think had a poor first race but good second. That's somebody I would expect to see potentially making a comeback as we go on, so we see how he does today. But I'm just looking at the conditions, and you know, it's getting on towards 4 o'clock local time, and it does feel like it's a little bit patchy. It's going to be a late night at the office for the ILCA sailors, isn't it?
Yeah, and then speaking of those boats, how physical it is, and every day I remember back into those days when I was campaigning. It's like 3 hours cycling, road cycling, 2 hours in the gym, and another 3 hours on the water. So every day having 6 to 8 hours training.
And you forgot to talk about your Pilates as well, and the core, very important.
Yeah.
Protect your lower backs,
So for
young
those
sailors.
young sailors, one of the advice we would like to give is, in order to extend your sailing career, a very important thing to do from now on is protect your body, and then so that you can have a strong core, and then do those small muscle, balance muscles, so you are less likely to be bothered or stopped by injuries, because sailing is a lifetime sport.
And it's three things really. When you have a strong core, not only does it mean that you're pain-free and injury-free, but it also means that your boat will go faster, because every time you do those physical movements, if you have a strong core, that body movement is connected to the boat. So the idea is you move your body a lot to keep the boat trim and the boat balance absolutely perfect. So it's definitely worth putting in the hours to stay injury-free, pain-free and go fast. I think that's a win-win-win situation. And it's funny, sometimes if your lower back is a little bit sore, you just want to lie down, but motion is lotion, and the best thing you can do is go for an active recovery. Now, looking back, Lily, I've dragged you round on a few active recoveries in the past. Do you think it was good now in hindsight?
To start with, in the first few years, after windy day, quite often we just lie straight onto the back after shower, because we're so exhausted. But later on, when you started coaching me, you drag me out of the bed and say, let's go for a jog, 30 minutes jog. I was so unwilling. But afterwards, after the 30 minutes jog and another 20 minutes stretching, actually, I feel much fresher.
Good.
And then the next day, I recover much better.
Good.
So this 30 minutes warm down and stretching is super, super important.
Yeah, and I think one of the key things is, and it's very unusual, when you're hiking, you've got static holding. So you've got the large muscles at the front of your legs there, the quadriceps is static holding. They're constant contraction, whereas when you run, cycle, swim, you're contracting, relaxing, contracting. And you get that build-up of lactic acid and that burning feeling. Now, lactic acid, it's just a byproduct from intense exercise. It actually provides more energy to the muscles, but if you have too much, you literally get a burning feeling. That's why we do the active recovery, to get rid of that lactic acid, to have pain-free legs for the next day. But it does look like nothing's going to happen in the next few minutes, so probably now's a good time to go for ad break, and we're going to meet you back here for the 2024 Youth Sailing World Championships in just a few moments. Welcome to the 2024 Youth Sailing World Championships. We're here to the 20th of July in Lake Garda, the largest lake in Italy. I'm Olympic sailing coach Jon Emmett, and I'm joined by Olympic gold medalist Li Jiaxu.
Hello everyone, I'm Li Jia. I'm a former single-handed dinghy sailor in the ILCA class, and actually I started from Optimist, and then later I switched to Europe, which was back then the Olympic class, and then again switched to laser radio, which is now called ILCA 6. So I've competed from Beijing, London and Rio, and now very happy to see those young sailors and the future generations enjoy beautiful Garda.
Well, you also competed in the Youth Worlds yourself, I think back in 2005. I'm sure you have some strong memories. For those people just joining us, we've had some fantastic racing, but at the moment the wind is not playing ball for the single-handed classes. Race officers delaying the start to make sure we have really good sailing conditions. So actually let's go back to the Nacra, because they've had good racing, haven't they? So we had 3 races, good battle between France, Italy and Belgium. Time for a quick recap. Thank you for joining us here at beautiful Lake Garda. It's the largest lake in Italy. We've got the 2024 Youth Sailing World Championships coming, and it's over 400 sailors, 70 countries. There's 160 coaches here. We've got 5 race courses, 11 events, and today we're hoping to be covering the single-handed classes. Unfortunately, we're still under delay. This is the beauty of the sport, that every day is different, but it also means there's a lot of things which are beyond our control. So near the north end of the lake, the wind is pumping, but on race course C we don't quite have race conditions, therefore we're under postponement. So in the meantime, we're going to have a little talk about the Olympic Games and the ILCA class.
Single-handed dinghies will race at the Paris Olympics. Denmark's reigning champion Anne-Marie Rindom and Great Britain's Mickey Beckett give us the lowdown on the ILCA 6 and ILCA 7 boats they'll be aiming to claim gold in this summer.
So the women sail ILCA 6 and the men sail ILCA 7. It's one boat, one sailor, and it's one design.
The only difference between the men's and women's equipment is the size of the sail. The boat is 4.2 meters long. The sail area is 7.1 square meters.
And then we have the sail, which is 5.7 square meters.
Everybody who races this class knows that it is the toughest racing, and you have to manage your form so that you arrive in the best shape of your life for just a few days of every year.
The ILCA is a very physical boat. It's not many things you can adjust on the boat, so it's really up to the sailor to make the boat go fast.
The load through your legs and your core is massive. Your heart rate is at its max for pretty much the entire race, so it's huge, and fitness plays a huge part in what it takes to win.
When it's strong wind, it's all about keeping the speed high and going over the wave. In light conditions, it is more technical. It's a balance, how you adjust the sail and how you steer with the rudder. Those 3 things are the most important.
Because the boat is quite small, even the tiniest of waves has quite a big impact on how the boat feels in the water. Our head's only about half a metre above the water, and the waves are sometimes several metres high, so you can only really see what's going on when you're at the top of each wave. That's all a very tough challenge we have to deal with. Marseille is going to be hot and hectic. Every single wave that bounces into the bay bounces straight back out again. Tactically and strategically, it's going to be very difficult to play the shifts well, find the passages of best wind. I wouldn't recommend betting on the event. I think that would be very difficult to pick a winner.
I have a really hard time mentioning all the girls who can potentially get a medal in Paris, because there is a bunch now. I would say at least 10 girls in this fleet right now has potential to medal.
To win in this fleet, you have to be in the best physical shape of your life. You have to be able to stay calm and make very difficult, quick decisions under a huge amount of pressure, and you have to do that for 6 days in a row.
Well, amazing to hear there from Mickey Beckett and Anne-Marie Rindom. I have to say, they're very modest, and they say, I wouldn't put a bet, but I'm not a betting man, but I think there's a very good chance with both of them having an Olympic medal. What do you think, Lily?
Well, at least a medal. I think it's also very likely these two will be on the highest podium as well.
Maybe. So for those just joining us, we are still waiting for the single-handed racing, the ILCA racing to start. So much action here on beautiful Lake Garda that we're going to bring you some racing from the IQFoil, the men's windsurfer, and it's less than a minute to go to the start now, and we watched quite a few of the races yesterday, and starting was absolutely key. With the build-up, it starts a long time before, so they're aiming to have absolutely full speed at start time. And I just wonder, do you think with the racing we might have a few port starters in this class? It always makes it exciting to watch.
Yeah, let's see. And then another thing to mention, which differs from yesterday's live streaming, which we showed the slalom racing. Today, it's just normal racing.
Well, I'd say today most of them are still lining up on port.
Port, yeah.
This is going to be very interesting. So I guess they're really liking the look of that right-hand side.
Wow. It's the first time I see that the majority of the boards...
I wasn't expecting that, Lily, were you?
Yeah, no, not at all.
And there's
Only
one
three
starboard
boards.
attacker coming in from the committee boat, and oh my life.
Actually, I saw the starboard boards sort
Giving
of
way to giving way to a port. But I think this is just an amazing class, and the boat speed or the board speed upwind, but there's still that potential for catapult. We saw a few people go from almost hero to zero yesterday, where there was just slight board handling errors. But wow, 80% of the fleet now on port, heading for that right hand corner. In this situation, we play spot the bibs, and I think I can see a yellow bib there. These are the people who are, in fact that's the Italian, I think. These are the people who were leading or top three as overnight, and they'll be looking to consolidate position today. We haven't actually seen the up-to-date scoring. They've been racing all afternoon, arguably in the best breeze. As we get to the late afternoon, we've got a lot of thermal activity, a lot of mixing, the wind becoming more unstable, more tricky, but the cream will always rise to the top. As the approach to the rock, to the landmass, you can see they're being headed on port, and expect them to get deep into that wind bend before they put in the tack. And already the fleet really splitting up.
So unlike yesterday, the slalom racing, the target time is 4 minutes. Today is about 20 to 25 minutes.
So is that half a single-handed dinghies race?
Still much faster.
But still a lot of work. And do you know how many races they had today? I think this is the reason for the delay, that they need to finish this race to make the course area available. Okay, so some of them just starting to flip onto starboard, and they will do a few tacks on the upwind, and I think for them the pressure is probably the most important thing. Pressure was probably going to overwrite shift, which is something you see in dinghies in light winds, but for these guys they're just going higher and faster the more pressure they have, and it feels like there's now a breakaway group who are extending, and we can see the event leader in there, and there's a bit of pumping just to keep at absolutely top speed.
Yeah, today we also have 4 races scheduled like yesterday, so that's why what caused a little bit delay of our original plan, which is to show you the single-handed dinghy race.
I love this shot because you could just so clearly see the wind on the water, those darker patches. Oh crikey, there's another winger in danger. If I was learning to wing, I think I would keep well out of the way of these race courses. But the situation now is that the difference in wind speed is actually quite big. So when we say 14 to 16 knots, that's the average wind. In reality, it could be 8 to 22 knots. And just getting to the windward mark or the first mark in good shape is really important. And it looks like there's a roll coming.
And also home favorite Italy is leading now.
And lower and faster.
Yeah.
In fact, it looks like there's another roll coming. So we often talk about getting into the overtaking lane and just having clean wind, because once a boat gets dirty wind and rolled over by somebody, they're an easier target, easier victim for the next boat. But I think now Italy will still try and keep it fairly simple. I'm surprised that they don't jibe back to that side sooner, but I guess that the speed and the rate of closure, they're looking at manoeuvre. Okay, so we've not got an upwind downwind course. This is a reach, which is why they're looking at extending. So this is all new for it. So when we look at the extent, you can see actually the rich are now just getting richer. So when they get to Mark 2, that's when we expect to see the change. And it's this jibe for jibe situation. And they're pumping to get back to full speed. So anyone who thought the change from normal, as it were, windsurfing to foiling was going to see the absence of pumping, that's not true. So if you look, you can see there's a bit of a gap. And it's just playing it super safe. If you match your rivals and you're as fast as your rivals, that that's the safe way to do it. Now, when we get to the next mark, you're just looking at giving yourself enough space, so especially with these really fast moving boards, that you can have a wide entry, so you can do a tight exit to the mark, and that just makes it so much harder for all your rivals. And the reason they're so fast, and you can clearly see here, they're flying above the water.
I just couldn't help and thinking like Garda is such a paradise for those foiling either boards or boats, because they have flat water, though it's choppy water, but just super for those foiling riders. And then such a great venue for all the water
So we're looking at
sport.
a right-hand turn for the leader and a split for the second place.
Oh, they choose to round different gates.
Yeah, well, it's very hard to overtake somebody following them, but I think I would probably at this stage be more sailing your own race. So it looks like we've got an inner and outer loop scenario here.
Yeah.
So I think the women are still in the holding area, still waiting for their start.
Yeah.
And we're following the leader here. And it's amazing. The leaders, they always look so relaxed.
Well, I think for the outer loop, obviously, which is the boys' fleet are racing, because it's not so close to the cliff anymore.
More
in the middle
track, you think?
Yeah. So that's why he's not rounding the other gate mark.
I still think Italy's going to want to protect that right-hand side. It's interesting when we look now, you can see that the lead-through boards have extended. So the idea of having, so if you see all the boards on the right-hand screen who are just milling around, that's the women's fleet. The reason they haven't started is probably because they've got such a wide tacking angle that they're going through the inner and outer loop. And the idea of an inner outer loop is you effectively have two sausages, two windward, leeward courses on the same course area, so you can have two fleets. And with the ILCAs, you've got men and women. With the IQFoil, you've got men and women. So the windsurfers now, I think, will go into sequence fairly soon, because this is their opportunity. What you don't want, and what has happened before, is where the fleets get mixed up, and for the leaders that can be really difficult when they've got to get through traffic. There's no people having to move aside like Formula One. So the leader, I think, here is the Italian board, out of picture, and you can see because of the speed you do get quite a lot of separation, but the separation in terms of time rather than distance is still very small.
Yeah. It's interesting to see. Looks like still quite challenging for those boards to keep foiling while tacking. Was same as the boats, like no problem to foiling jibe, when foiling tack, still something needs to be mastered for.
Well, with the really high performance foil boat, I've actually seen boats jibe when going upwind just to stay on the foil, which seems very counterintuitive. But the speed you lose when you stop foiling is absolutely massive.
So Val from Slovenia, age 17. So this is his fifth.
This looks like a ley line to me. I can't actually see the mark in shot, but it feels like they're all lined up on a very similar line, and it'll be interesting to see where that place change happen maybe in the recap. But sailing, it's a consistency sport, so to be top three, that's very solid. So and now I guess they're going to look at trying to do the early jibe and get back to where that pressure was.
Yeah, this is the final downwind leg, and then they were reaching to finish.
So it still feels a short race.
Under 20 minutes. The speed is so fast. Yesterday we saw during the slalom races they reached to speed up to 16 knots, 18 knots.
Oh, I think it was over 20, wasn't it? It's
sometimes
absolutely amazing. Greater than the wind speed, because we've obviously got that apparent wind. And for people who aren't familiar with that, the idea is as you move forward, you actually generate, as it were, wind. A best example of this, you could have a very still day. You sit on your bike and you pedal at 30 kilometres an hour, and it feels like you've got 30 kilometres an hour wind straight in your face. And that's why the sails and these fast-moving boats are almost sheeted to the centre line all the time. But the sport, it's evolved a lot, and the foiling, I think it's just a natural progression.
Yeah, as we can see, every time after jibing, those windsurfers try to pump a few times to make sure their board stays foiling.
And that's interesting. Because, there go the women. The women stuff started. Sorry we missed that, guys, as the men go to the finish. But that's very interesting because we have Rule 42. So basically, the windsurfers can pump as much as they like. The rules for the single-handed dinghies is very controlled on when you're allowed to pump. And then you have other classes where you can in certain conditions. So that was Val winning the race. I don't know if we're going to get that super close drone shot, but they're going to be happy. And I can't believe just how quick this racing is. It looks like they're being chased. We need to get Greta on the case, but the just reaction time and all the rest of it to sail those fast boards, it's amazing.
Yesterday you mentioned for those windsurfers, they have several different format of racing. So we had slalom racing yesterday, and today we have normal racing.
Yeah, fleet racing.
Fleet racing, and then you also mentioned marathon racing, which we won't have here in the Youth World Championship, but we will see that at the Olympics and those adult events.
And it's interesting because people think this is a new thing, but actually the sport of windsurfing has always really had these three disciplines. In fact, probably fleet racing originally was the least common one.
Yeah.
So we're going to have some tired windsurfers coming back to our base here. Let's have a quick look at the results.
Yeah, Val from Slovenia won race 8, followed by Turkish Artem. And then it's the home windsurfer Federico. So I think the Italian windsurfer is still leading overall. So
and
today
that's the thing, when you have a good day or when you have a bad day, if you've got a 4 races a day, then a lot can change in a day for the overall series. But the most amazing thing for me was just to have the majority of the fleet start on port. I don't think you would see that in any other classes.
I've never seen it. Wow.
But when we look at the different events, that's why sailing is such a beautiful sport, that there's so much different.
I almost feel if I'm the starboard rider, I would be scared looking at those port tack.
Strength in the majority.
Charging at you, but actually even if you are the right of way, probably still have a sense of fear seeing so many boards.
Well, one of the things I would say, it doesn't matter if you're the right or wrong. If you end up in the water or with boat damage, it's still probably race over. So that's something. And the rate of closure, it's absolutely huge. But it looked to me like the women's start was all on starboard. If you just look.
So the winner, Val from Slovenia, overtook Italy, become the race winner in race number 8. So those IQFoil youth, they finished 4 races today. They must be pretty tired as well.
And I'm sure the single-handed dinghies are really looking for a turn. I mean, actually going 4.5, 5 knots upwind, to get to the race area is quite tiring. So perhaps a few of them would have been pleased to have that additional rest. But it does mean a late night in the office. But the wind pumps here all afternoon. We've got plenty of daylight, and I think it's just actually getting better and better. You can't see us behind that well in the studio, but this shot you're looking at now, that's what we're looking at, and just all afternoon it's full of people making the most of the conditions, and that's our office at All Friday. Can we? Okay, we're going to go to an interview soon. So if we can hand over to Greta, I'll see what Val thinks of his race.
Val, congratulations! You just won race course number 4 of today. How was it for you?
Yeah, first bullet of the day, and also the last race. My day went pretty well, but with the last. This bullet was a good one, so it will make my day better for sure.
Definitely. I mean, bullets always have to make the day better. So what do you actually prefer, the course racing or rather the slalom? Or can you maybe please also quickly explain the differences of the both?
If we do like 20 knots course racing, we can do it. It's good. But also the slalom, if it's like 10 knots, is good. But I prefer, of course, like little bit stronger slalom. But yeah, also the difference are, if we do course racing, you need to go upwind. And on slalom, we are mostly doing reaching and downwind. And on course racing, also downwind. So that's the main difference.
And what do you prefer, actually?
It depends, you know. Yeah, it depends on my day. On my day, maybe the course racing is better. Maybe slalom, you never know.
Depending on conditions, clear. So, yeah, how important is actually consistency within these days?
It's important, of course. You need to stay focused all the time, and that's the most important.
All right, get some rest. Thank you so much, and all the best for the next days.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're here at the Youth Sailing World Championships 2024 at Lake Garda, largest lake in Italy. It's a very special event because it's just one sailor per country per event, like the Olympic Games. I'm Jon Emmett. I'm joined by Lily Xu here in the studio.
Yeah, hello, I'm Lily Xu, former Olympian, and then also participated at the Youth Sailing World Championships, which I still had fond memory of.
So what was your fondest memory? I guess it's nearly 20 years ago, if I'm allowed to say that, but what memories do you bring?
Yeah, and then first of all, as you mentioned, it's like a mini Olympics. Each participant, one nation, or if it's a double-handed dinghy, then you got a pair. But it's only the national flag, no cell numbers needed. And then we were all in the same hotel, and then eating together, staying together, and have a lot of fun after racing. And I still remember back in 2005, every evening we actually also have a clinic open to all the sailors.
A coaching clinic.
Coaching clinic. So the coach filmed a few videos and then show on the big screen and then share with us about his views and then getting some extra tips from those experts. And also another fun memory will be exchanging gifts. So from Optimist we exchange t-shirts, and then for the Youth World Championship we just bring the gifts from our country and then exchange to bring anything about your country back to the other.
I mean, I think it's just so great to have 70 countries here. And one of the things is we're trying so hard to make sailing a worldwide sport. And one thing is to bring in the newer nations, the developing nations, the emerging nations. And the Emerging Nation programme by World Sailing is a fantastic opportunity for people to come from those countries that didn't traditionally excel at sailing.
Yeah.
And we had some wonderful interviews yesterday, which I think we can play now.
It's been a one-of-a-kind experience where all sailors from all corners of the world join under one sailing program. And not only that, we in fact stay at the same venue where we laugh a lot, we play together, we share tactics and strategies on and off water, which helps all of us immensely. And I believe all of us have achieved a great amount from just meeting each other, experiencing each other's beliefs, and truly just bonding with each other at the end of the day, and have learnt a lot sailing-wise and non-sailing-wise. Sailing was first started in our school. It was done as a presentation towards our entire batch. Only 4 kids joined sailing in the end. But it has been a pleasure and maybe one of the best decisions I've made in my entire life.
So like my friends' parents were into sailing, and they were like a sailing family, and they invited me for like a camp during like opties, and so after that I used to come like every week. I think I like sailing because it wasn't boring.
How did sailing get me hooked? It's the technique, it's the skill, it's the effort you put into the sport in order to achieve what you can achieve. It's the countless possibilities that you have out at sea. The Emerging Nations program has introduced me to coaches and great sailors at world-class standards. Is hands down the best thing I've achieved in my sailing career. Enrolling in the Emerging Nations program and getting selected after a lengthy amount of selections, I believe. It's truly a one-of-a-kind program. I've learned a lot from it, and I have in fact felt my sailing improved over the past few days, and I do hope that other sailors out there get to experience what I've just experienced.
The Emerging Nations program helps people like me who don't have like the ability to come easily for an event like this, and they basically provide us with everything, and it makes it so much easier for us to be able to compete. I would really like to go for the Olympics. From now on, I'm trying to like gain experience, see what the world is like, and yeah, try and do my best to get there. It's been a dream since I was like a small child. When I started sailing, I started thinking of the Olympics.
Coming to the ENP as well as the ISAF Youth Worlds, it has truly showed me what other sailors are capable of and what I can be capable of if I work as hard as them, if the work ethic is there and if my mentality is on point.
So this year in Garda, we actually have 22 sailors from the Emerging Nation program participating in the single-handed dinghy, which is the ILCA 6. And then adding yesterday, there are 10 windsurfers from the Emerging Nation program. And then they live together here in the same accommodation. And I remember one of the Emerging Nation sailor commented, it just creates a team feeling. Like for those countries, they may not have team support, not have other training partners, but it is the Emerging Nation program allows them to have that kind of support, like a team feeling, and then they learn and sail together and learn from each other.
That's amazing, and such a good program. I did a bit of coaching myself last year at The Hague, and the big thing for me when we look at the Olympic Games, we went from having 8 emerging nations represented in Tokyo. We've got 25 in Paris 2024, and we're going to go to the single-handed dinghy racing very shortly. You might even be able to hear the wind noise in the background as the wind is really picked up. But the amazing thing, we tell you how fast the windsurfers are now. They're already back in the boat park. So if you look slightly distracted, there's a lot of sails being unpacked. I think there's going to be some talkative sailors coming up and chatting about how their racing went. I mean, just unbelievably fast. You can see them now. There's not actually that much green left, is there, where they're putting down the rigs. And this is just, you know, the future of sailing. There's always going to be place for the single-handed dinghy and the accessibility. And now, I think, yeah, that's a suitable time to look at the single-handed dinghy. So we've only had a couple of races. You can't win a championships on day one, but you can lose it. And here's the overall rankings. I said there are a few sailors who have had one bad race who I expect to climb the leaderboard. But moment, 1 point, just 1 point separating the top 3 boats.
Yeah, the winner is Alexandra.
Lots more racing to come.
Yeah, from Greek, followed by Zach Chari from New Zealand, and then Heidi from the Netherlands. So their points are pretty close, a lot to play.
And a very good start. Notable standout from the highlights yesterday for me was the Dutch star in race 1. He really put his stamp on that. Port tack in the fleet, and yeah, you know, that's a pretty good way to start a championship. If we look at the women's results, it's also a Greek leading and slightly bigger points gap with 5 points between gold and bronze overnight.
Yeah, so it is Hermione from Greek leading so far, followed by Alina from UKR, and then it's the home sailor Maria.
So it's interesting, this is another class where the Italians are looking good for a medal. I think the same may well be true in the men's. We'll see what happens when we have another couple of races under the boat. Just looking behind me, I don't know how obvious it was from the previous shot, but you know, the wind is really pumping now. So it's a little bit hotter. They say it's 28 degrees, but never let the facts get in the way of a good story. I'd say it's at least 30 degrees here for an Englishman. And this morning we had a stronger northerly gradient, and that means that now the southerly has come in. Maybe it came in later, but it's definitely coming stronger than yesterday. So it's going to be flat hiking, work rate, and sore legs for the sailors.
Yeah.
Lily, you missed the sore legs after sailing?
Well, for the lasers, yeah, you need to have big muscles big thigh muscles and endurance one, not just the bulky one, in order to do hours of hiking. And actually in this event we have more than 17 nations participating. And then to give you a bit more idea about where are those emerging nations sailors coming from, they are from Antigua and Barbuda, they're from Dominican Republic, from Samoa, South Africa, Sri Lanka, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, Ukraine, Uruguay, Antigua, Slovakia, Malaysia, St. Vincent and the Trinidad, UAE,
United Arab Emirates.
Wow, those countries like still in developing their sailing communities got the opportunity to come.
So this is actually the sailor we interviewed earlier, and she was super excited, Talia, and just the opportunity to be here where it's not so easy to travel. I said to her, you know, you're going to remember this experience for the
rest of their life.
And this was the first experience for Jon co-hosting an opening ceremony. And there's a lot of different flags, and I've got to admit I didn't recognise them all. So it's really important that it doesn't matter where you're born, you have that opportunity to go sailing. And I think, you know, if a country has an Olympian, I think it can really help the sport and bring it home. So when I was growing up, we had a film in '95 called Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves with Kevin Costner. Seems a long time ago now, but suddenly all the archery clubs had far more people taking up archery. And I think, you know, if you can get that key sailor, we had an Olympic gold medal in windsurfing for Hong Kong, and that really brought water sports to Hong Kong, didn't it? You had that role model.
Yeah, I remember when I was a childhood when Li Shan of Hong Kong, from Hong Kong, won that windsurfing gold medal. Wow, the whole nation cheering for her. Even that year, Hong Kong still yet to be back to China, but it's a household name even in mainland China. And then later on, when the Optimist coach approached my parents, say, "Oh, would you like to let your daughter try out sailing an Optimist?" We really had no idea, and
So
we thought windsurfer is the sailboat dinghy.
You were expecting a windsurfer, and they gave you an Optimist. Were you slightly confused?
It's also like a bath, like yeah.
But the Optimist is an amazing
boat.
Worldwide class for
There's a
bringing
record,
sailing.
like 80% of the Olympic medalists, they started from Optimist.
I'm sure.
Yeah, and also 80%, probably slightly less, I can't remember the exact number, also those medalists, they started from the Youth Sailing World Championship.
I'm sure these names have been names to look for the future. Now, it's quite hard to see what's going on here, but certainly when you've got the fleet this spread out, I wouldn't have thought there's a start imminent. And, you know, sailing, it can sometimes really be a game for patience. Now, more often that's when it's really light winds and we're waiting for the magical 6 knots, or if it's 30 knots, which we have quite a lot of the time in Weymouth, and we're waiting for it to die off. But I think it could simply be they need to reset the course. But I don't know. This is just speculation here.
Yeah.
In terms of the sailors, it's the same for all of them. They're under the AP flag. They're waiting for the starting sequence to go. And I think I would just be doing a few tuning runs, saving my legs a little bit and staying as hydrated as possible. So one of the things is if you get thirsty, it's already too late. You've already got a decrease in performance, and as severe dehydration, 2 or 3 days to recover from it can be effectively the end of the regatta. And sometimes when you're sailing, you don't notice it so much because of the water, and the surrounding air temperature feels lower because of the wind chill. Even on cold days, you need to force yourself to drink, and a good example is just, you know, you should need to pee between races. Pale and plentiful, and if you're not, then you need to be drinking more fluid, and not just water. The sports drinks, the isotonic drinks will be better absorbed and better retained by your body. But I'm not going to give you a top tip which one, other than one you really enjoy the flavour of, so you drink lots.
Yeah, and then I think since we are talking about fuel, and then having water and having food. Like for me, just to give you an example, just share some of my experience. In those windier days, I would choose banana. I would have energy drinks, energy gel. Probably not so much for energy bars because I feel my stomach is a little bit slow in terms of digestion. So I will grab those easy to digest. So that's why sports drink is so good. All the water, all the fluid you drink, it will not instantly, very quickly absorbed by your body, so giving you extra energy or a longer period of endurance in terms of hiking.
And I think, you know, this is where sports science has really come on. I remember 30 years ago turning up with an electrolyte drink and people wonder what on earth electrolytes were, whereas now it's unthinkable.
But also, I noticed that actually many people think having chocolate or the dry beef jerky are good food on the water. It's not. It's
really not. That's just good marketing, isn't it? However, I would say you're much better to have something rather than nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
But of course, you know, what you put rubbish in, you get rubbish out in terms of performance. And, you know, if you want a highly tuned body, you have different fuel for a Formula One car than you do for a tractor. And this is about, you know, consistency sport. You've got 5 days of racing. You need to look after yourself. So for those just joining, I'm Jon Emmett. I have Lily here, who's ably assisting me with a commentary at the 2024 Youth Sailing World Championships in beautiful Lake Garda. Just look at that scenery. But I think the sailors are probably pretty keen to get racing.
Yeah, obviously we're waiting for the female windsurfer finishing. I think they're on the way back. And then obviously it also takes some time for the race committee team to reset the course because the distance
I'm looking
is
over my shoulder. They're definitely back because they're in the boat part, Lily.
Yeah.
They've just put the flags away for the day, and that's the way sailing goes when the windsurfers are finished before the single-handed dinghies have even started.
So for the sailors, if I were one of the boat in the picture, I will test the wind, test the mark settings.
Yeah.
Like we can see the gate mark is already in position, and then we can have a sail close hold and to see which gate is more favored. So you can plan ahead of your whole race.
I've got to say though, I think the gate is possibly not set yet.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is a prudent race officer, I want you to think about this, Lily, a prudent race officer will always make sure the gate is more than 6 hole lengths wide. Why do you think that is? So when you're coming into a mark, you have the 3 hull length zone, and if you had an overlap of zone, you could have somebody in the middle who had people claiming room from either side. So I think 7 hull lengths is a good way to
down
go.
now.
So
We got
AP's
you.
down. I think that's the U flag going up. So that means that the anyone over in that 1 minute will be disqualified if the race goes. And you know, it's funny, the psychology often goes the wrong way, that after a long wait they're actually more likely to be over. But I think we do have time for a quick VT.
Actually, nowadays, those flags on the race committee boat is already much more easy to identify or
with the
tell
numbers?
you with the numbers. Yeah, when I was racing, it's just a warning signal, preparatory signal, and then the final minute towards the start when they remove the warning, the preparatory signal.
When you look at the pin end here, do you think he's going to be lonely? At the moment, it looks like nobody's even testing.
Why is the gate there?
Yeah, I think let's have a look at the video from first thing this morning.
Yeah.
Which seems a very long time ago. I saw the Tapey sail was up and flapping 4.5 hours ago. So we did a quick walk around the boat park this morning. Let's go to that. Let's see who can we find in the boat park. Can you tell us who you are, where you come from, and what you're looking forward to on day 2?
I'm Zia and I'm from Hong Kong, and it's my first Youth World, so yesterday was quite a nice day, and what I'm really looking forward to today is good racing and hopefully just tons of fun as well, yeah.
It's a beautiful place here in Lake Garda. Can you just tell me what makes this regatta for you different to any of the regattas you've probably done back at home? Or
Well, for this regatta, there's only one of us representing each of our countries, right? So, or where we're from. So I think that's a really important element of what makes it special. And obviously we've got all the flags on the sails and everything, and there's tons of great photos you can take as well. And it's just in general, everything's like, we're all really competitive out there. So I think it's kind of a different level of regatta compared to others.
I'm Cristina from Mexico, Cristina Iglesias.
and can you just tell us a little bit about how your day went yesterday? You can't win a regatta on day one, but you can certainly make it difficult for yourself, and it's a very competitive fleet.
Yeah, so yesterday I didn't have as good results as I expected, but hopefully today's better than yesterday.
My name is Valentina Roma. I am 15 years old and I am from Brazil. I like start and see the flags and oh, this is from Mexico. Oh, yes.
Wow, it's actually such a busy boat park. It's quite hard to get through, but I'm going to see if I can grab one more sailor. Can you introduce yourself?
I'm Andriana Georgiou and I'm from Cyprus.
And how old are you, and have you done this event before?
I'm 17 and it's my first event in radio. First time in Lake Garda, it's beautiful.
It is absolutely beautiful. We've got 5 stunning locations, I believe, and I don't actually have time to get round them all. So it's your first time in Lake Garda? Yeah. Where do you normally sail?
In Cyprus, I really don't go abroad, just for Europeans, worlds, yeah.
Well, we're very happy to have you here. Thank you. What did you sail before the ILCA 6?
4.7.
So do you feel this is a big step up, because today could be a breezy day?
Yeah, it is. It's a challenge, but I'll try my best.
Oh, good girl. And I just want to know, what is your aspirations? Because there's such a good through flow from youth worlds to Olympians. What do you think?
It is. It's really hard for the moment, but I'm trying my best to gain weight, train more, and we'll see.
Well, I think that just about wraps it up. It's getting pretty busy. Yeah, pretty busy here. And in about 10 minutes, it's probably not possible to go around with a camera without getting hit by a boom. So that's it for now. Oh, it was just so much fun talking to the young sailors. I wish I was here competing myself, but they might notice I'm not under 19. But the situation now, we've got less than 3 minutes to start time. And I think probably the single-handed dinghy, it's the most manoeuvrable. We're going to start off with the women's. The overall leader is the Greek boat, who will be in the yellow bib. It just feels like with 90 seconds to go, that the vast majority of the fleet is at the starboard end. It is considerably windier today than it was yesterday, so we may see different people at the front. Again, if we think about the mixed multi-hull racing, and the Italian team need to be very careful not to get shut out at the committee boat end where you can't start. Just looking down the line, it does feel like it's pin end bias, but people will want to be protecting that right hand side. What does worry me slightly, it looks like the coach barge and the men's fleet is probably waiting in the area that the women's fleet will want to go into. But let's have a look. Yeah. So the Finnish boat here is looking
well, pot tack.
Oh, I'm not sure. It's sorry. Sometimes it's hard to tell which is the men's and the women's. Don't get myself in trouble. But we have got an absolutely massive line sag. This looks like a banana with the boats in the middle of the line, maybe 10 boat lengths behind the line with 20 seconds to go. This is very strange. This is the situation where you can do a port tack start.
Final 15 minutes and you should
10
set
seconds.
Up your
so USA can tack onto port.
Ooh, let's see.
No, no,
come on.
No.
Great start.
That 2 seconds.
Wow, it looks like she manages to cross ahead of the whole fleet.
Even with that tacking error.
Oh, let's see the angle might change.
Now it's always hard to see from angle whether you're crossing or not.
But it's not a
see
bad.
The Greek boat is already on port.
It's coursing. She is coursing. But even if not, it's not a problem for attack.
I think that's an easy cross. The Greek boat's done the more conservative thing, starting near the committee boat, making sure one of the first attack, and you can see that the sails are super flat, max fang, which is why that tacking is so hard. And often pre-start you will have half the kicker on, so halfway between 2 block and the max kicker, just to make it manoeuvrable, because slow speed manoeuvring with max kicker is very hard. The other thing you'll see is the Cunningham or downhaul, which is rigged down the port side, is as hard on as it possibly go. That brings the centre of effort forward in the sail, opens the upper leach and makes the boat easier to sail in a straight line. But the start from the EOS boat, that was a bold strategy.
Yeah, and then in order to have the maximum downhaul, which is the Cunningham, we can put it on one side. And I remember you telling me pulling it with 2 hands while my legs supported in the cockpit. Yeah, those extra Cunningham makes the difference of making the angle or the hiking is much more better.
You just want that upper batten to completely open. It's like a lever, so if you can get the top of the sail depowered, it's much more efficient. And the USA boat is looking quite bow down and just moving down. I can see there's a little group there, but it looks like the Greek boat is just holding a good position there. We've got GBR's possibly the furthest right boat, but USA is going to lose a little bit of that lead as it takes her longer to get to the right, but it was a really solid start. And the reason you pull your Cunningham on with your legs is, doesn't matter who you are, but generally speaking, your quadriceps, your thigh muscles are going to be much stronger than your biceps, so that's why you pull it on. And it's really important to get it fully on pre-start, and it's fully on before you get to that leeward gate. But it does feel like the USA boat's not going to be able to get across, and it's going to be these boats on the right hand side who are likely to be coming out top. You've got to remember, it's a 40-minute race. That means 11 minutes upwind. That's hard work, isn't it, Lily?
It's 50 minutes race, so a long way to go. This beat, like, to me, it looks well. We have 20+ knots gust already with those white horses. And then in terms of rig setting, we want to have maximum Cunningham, right? And then kicker, probably 15 seconds before the start, you pull on as hard as you can. But that's not necessarily the same for the outhole. How do you set the outhole?
Well, I think we have a difference here between the ILCA 6 and the ILCA 7. So you've got a very tight outhole, but you don't have it bar tight on the boom, because you do need to have a very small amount of curve in the sail to provide that flow. So the way a sail works, it's like an aeroplane wing. It's about flow. That's why downwind we don't let the outhaul off the whole way and just try and make one big spinnaker. That's not ILCA sailing at all. Any single-handy understay rigs, we do the wiggle downwind, all about the flow, whether it's left to right or right to left. But this is a war, and I can just see the Brit, the Ukrainian, the Greek, and I think it's the Italian in that group, just closing the gap on the US, because the US just can't get quite the way to the right hand side. But it's always a bold move starting on port. Very different.
So be careful, don't pull your outhole all the way in.
Yeah, so you can see there's a lot of main sheet here as she tries to foot across.
And then also there's a difference of setting the outhole according to the chops or the waves. And then in terms of the Lake Garda, it's short chops, probably you want to have a flatter foot.
I mean, this is a very good demonstration of the short chop, isn't it?
Whereas if you're sailing in a bigger waves, like we saw earlier, like Mickey and Miranda, those are big waves, so they need to have more depth on the foot.
So the sailor here is actually sat too far back in the boat, and what's happening is the bow is lifting, and you can see how it's lifting over the waves, and then it's clapping down. So if you're sailing your single-handed boat and the boat is giving you a round of applause, unfortunately that is slow, because every time you have that imbalance with the trim, the boat will slow down, the rig will slow down, and also the foils aren't working as well underwater. So what we're trying to do in these non-planing boats is to actually maximize the waterline length all the time, when we're going upwind, and that means a lot of forward and aft movement, especially in the short chop, really rapid. So the top tip to make sure you're hiking in the right way, you should be doing roughly equal amounts of movements forward and back. If you're doing all your movements forward, you're sat to back, and vice versa. Looks like somebody had a slight tacking error. I'm surprised to see them coming across quite so early. The Greek, I think the Italian, and the Brit coming across now. We've got port starboard, and you just need to think, is it too early? Because you want to do tap minimization. Top right of screen, there's a massive amount of pressure there, and that's going to make a big difference. So that pressure there, top right of screen, that dark patch, that's not only more wind, but that's going to provide a huge lift on port.
Yeah, as we can see, actually, USA starting from the pin end, still leading the whole fleet, and then it looks like a long port tag. Their legs must be.
Oh wow! So let's have a quick look at the men's. Again, you've just got an unbelievably large line sag, and I do hope the sailors are going to see this when they do their debrief with their coaches, because you know, the boats behind Sweden who we can't actually identify, they've got to be 10 boat lengths behind the line. Now we've got a pin end start here with a few boats fighting, but I still think that the option to get to the right, all things being equal, is actually the safer. Is Lithuania going to make it in there? Certainly there's a GRM boat who's going to be behind the pack. So Lithuania just clearing. Remember that the orange flag is the start line, well back on the boat. And already Lithuania, who's hiking incredibly hard, is probably going to be in dirty air from those boats to windward.
This race looks like a bit more windward end pace, because it's more
I think the
even
fleet was
line.
closer to the line, and where I am, it's hard to tell, but I think probably Belgium and Turkey are already making good progress to that right-hand side. If you look where Thailand, Israel, etc. are, they're just not in a position to tack, so they're being forced to go the wrong way, and it's really hard sometimes to take a small loss early and a duck to get a bigger gain. But you can see how the fleet almost seems to have split in two. Having said that, the American did a great job in the female fleet, and that big gust would have reset everything, because it still feels like there is a possibility to go too far right, which is unusual, and that's dependent exactly where the race area is set up.
So in those wind conditions with the short chop, it's very important to coordinate with your windshield adjustment as well as your upper body movement. And then you need to have those aggressive movement in your upper body to the back. And then
back and out. Yeah.
Back and out, so that you can reduce the bumpiness on your bow. Ultimately to minimize the loss of speed. And then in terms of sheeting, yeah, I remember I saw some really fit sailors. They can play actually slamming the rudder and then having a very aggressive, explosive sheeting to sort of flap the sail.
So the way I always think about it is the steering and the sheeting will mirror, not the wind strength, but they're going to mirror what's going on in the water. So if you've got short, sharp, choppy waves, you need short, sharp, choppy steering. Big rollers means big, smooth steering, and anywhere in between. So this is why it's important to get to a venue and learn all about it. And this will not be the first World Championships. Sorry, this will not be the last World Championships these young sailors do in Garda. So let's go back to the women, who surely must be approaching the windward mark now, and it will be interesting to see. Already they've split quite a long way, but Ukraine, USA, Italy, Spain, those were the boats who managed to get towards that right-hand side. We can see there's a beginner windsurfer there that they're probably not quite so scared of the single-handed dinghies as they are the foilers. Getting the ley line right, really important, because when you bear the boat away, you don't actually go that much faster. But you can just see here the work rate. In a perfect world, you want end plating where the sail is or the boom is on the deck. In a laser, that means the blocks are as tight as they possibly can be. Tight traveller, tight clue, but there's a lot of wind about.
It looks less wind around this windward mark area.
Well, again, that top left, there just seems to be an area of pressure there. And I wonder if there's a topographical feature that means that, you know, that's where you need to be to actually come across slightly earlier.
Earlier, before we cut into the men's start, you already mentioned the pressure on the left side. And I wonder the reason USA now is not in the top 3 is because she didn't sail into that pressure, whereas those left-hand side or slightly more left-hand side, those sailors, they actually get more pressure.
I think it's really important just to understand what the wind's doing, because if you've got a shifting wind, a wind which is changing direction, then you absolutely want to tack as soon as possible, because every boat length you go the wrong way, you're effectively losing to your rivals. When we talk about gusts, you want to position yourself so you get the gust. The gust is coming downwind, and that may be coming towards you when you're going upwind.
That's a great demonstration of different pressure.
But this is pressure. So you've got this black part, in fact this black part pretty much over the windward mark, and it's static. So you've got to sail into it. In fact, if you're not sure, sail 2 boat lengths into it before you tack, because if you tack under it, it's absolute death. And I think the Ukrainian boat looking really, really solid now, and it's just about fleet positioning. It's so important to understand, is it a gust or is it pressure? And one of the things which happens when you get more wind, upwind the boat tends to head up, and more pressure and a lift are not the same. You can have a gust, which is a header. So I'm just trying to look now for the bibs. So my understanding is the Greek, who's inside the top 10, is leading overall after yesterday. The Ukrainian is blue bib, so she will be in second overall. So again, it's about getting that points gap from your rivals.
I could see the left-hand side, they got a shift to the left, which is in the pressure area.
It's the pressure shift. It's absolutely what we talked about a minute ago. And as I said, you know, the conservative thing to do is to sail more into it to be really sure. And it's funny, the fast boats like the 29ers, you may end up jibing to get in the shit, and then you go through the pressure and then you jibe to go back, because often it's a big area but extending more downwind than to the side. Gusts tend to look like cat's paws, where they spread out. Here, that pressure, that's just where the wind is coming off the mountain. And I think, you know, Ukraine can sail their own course, whereas the boats which are closer together and just a little bit fighting, it's harder to sail at top speed. But yeah, the Ukrainian, that's a pretty nice position to be in, don't you think? 2 more tacks.
So the Ukraine sailor Alina, aged 17, this is her second World Champions. And she actually finished the 4th. She's definitely looking for a podium this year. I would say, looking at this race so far, before the start, more or less everyone would think about heading to the right, close to shore, heading to the cliff. But at the same time, plan is still a plan. You need to play it by ears and by observation, checking, looking ahead, where's the pressure, and then modify your plan to what's happening on the scene.
I think one of the things is you don't just need a plan. You need 3 plans. You have a plan if you execute your start perfectly. You have a plan if you have a terrible start, and then you have a sort of plan for somewhere in between, because if you're prepared, that helps you just mentally. And it might be that, you know, if you get a bad start, you will tolerate dirty wind because it's a really windy day and you need to get to a wind bend. Whereas if you have a bad start on a light wind day, having clean breeze is absolutely king. But I think the situation now, that's we always hesitate to say this though, but that's a comfortable lead. And if you look now, the others, because they're so close to each other, they will to a certain extent be slowing each other down as they fight, because as we go on to the next leg, the perfect situation is to sail a straight line.
So USA rounding the windward mark second, she had a perfect start, ping end start on a port tack, crossing everyone else. And then actually, after she sails to the right-hand side of the course, she lost the UKR boat. And then here on the screen, we can see the overnight leader, Greek sailor, rounding the mark now.
So she's got a slight gap behind her, so still in a good position to attack. And you can see these boats coming in on port now. As you get outside of the top 10 and it gets more congested, that becomes a little bit more dangerous. So, you know, is Malta going to have a gap?
Those boats are so overlaid and they are now reaching to the windward mark.
GBR coming in. This is looking.
Ooh, was she able to make it? Yes.
I'm not quite sure how holding my breath helps, but but yeah, you're right as well. The ley line, it does look like the boats further back have slightly overlaid, because you can see just how much main sheet they've got let out prior to coming into the mark. And we talked about the Cunningham. You need to get that. You need to get that off. Hungary reaching in now. So some people are overstanding the ley line both ways. So the lasers are obviously off downwind. We're getting up to what, 10 knots? That's as fast as we go in these wind conditions, isn't it?
Yeah. In the girls' fleet, they're doing outer loop, which is reaching after rounding this mark, and then downwind leg.
So the men will be inner loop, yeah.
Inner loop.
I hope they don't meet. Oh, this is pretty close from Sweden there. So the deep outhaul there of Sweden makes it much harder to turn the boat. One of the things that makes it difficult is having the kicker full on, makes it very hard to bear away. So you've just got to get it off before you turn down.
It suddenly reminds me, one of the thing I would do to share as a tip is, before rounding the windward mark, if it's a strong wind condition, tighten the hiking strap. So that you can hike forward and more efficient on the reaching, and then you can
not put your bottom in the water.
Yeah. So this simple movement or action could make your reaching so much faster. I overtook a lot of boats by just doing one simple thing.
And I think that's true any part of the course, to be really locked in and feel your boat. We saw it with the windsurfers, how they're sailing bare your foot to just be at one with the board, and being locked in, that makes a massive difference.
And nowadays you have very smart design.
Yes, we have cleats now.
Yeah, it's much easier to tighten or loose the.
So this is Hamish Coleridge, nearest us with the bridge flat. They're all working super hard. We just see the bows just lifting slightly over the water. I think really important to minimise that slapping of the bow, but this is incredibly physical conditions. I can't help notice the speed of the windsurfer in the background. We're not the quickest, but we do have some very close racing. As we approach the windward mark, just judging that ley line becomes so important, and the leaders here will have clean wind, clean lane, and are likely to extend.
When you mentioned about the windsurfing, I would like to say welcome back to the traditional sailboat racing. And then looking at the GBR, the Union flag, you must have sailed and raced with this young sailor?
I've actually raced a lot of these young sailors. It's really good to see them come up.
Tell us a little bit about him.
Well, Hamish is younger brother of Daisy Coleridge, who's also been through the circuit, and they had a very tough youth nationals to select who went to the.
So one event.
World. Yes. Whereas typically in Olympic selection, you need to judge an international competition to make sure you have the very best people. And I think if you look at him now, you know, he's sailing beyond his age in terms of maturity. I think Daisy was out helping him out and prepare. And this positioning here, it's really crucial, because the boats are very much going to be hard on the ley line, and whether there's room to come in on port or whether you've nailed it. Feels like Hamish is just trying to conserve his height, but the windward mark, it's out of picture. It's pretty hard to tell. So Poland will be in the nicest position, but it's all to play for. And in the single-handed dinghies, perhaps more so than some other classes, there's a huge opportunity for place changing downwind, especially on the inner loop, because as they go around the windward mark, those boats further behind are immediately covering the boats further ahead. And I would expect to see them, bearing in mind the course topography, go hard by the lee to get back into that right-hand side looking upwind.
For me, he looks like already having a very good posture in terms of hiking, and he's playing the sheet a lot and using upper body aggressive movement to deal with those nasty chops.
Don't say nasty chops. They're the same for everybody. It's when people say good and bad wind. I think that's really unfair on the wind. But at the moment, it's pretty close. Israel just coming across, and you realise that these crosses or ducks now, they make a massive difference. And just getting clean air coming into the windward mark, it's very important. GBR, Poland, Israel are going to be the top 3 by the looks of it.
Yeah, and for the boys, it will be a downwind after rounding this mark.
So kicker off and a huge turn. Weight to the back of the boat. Oh, there's a friendly jet ski.
Yeah. One of the important things is to always turn your boat to windward as you round the mark. It helps you turn, isn't it?
Yeah, and just, simple thing, let the main sheet out. If you're overpowered, that's not going to help you, because the boat will want to head up. And then you need, in these slower moving single-handed dinghies, to be constantly looking behind to make sure you have clean wind.
I think for the single-handed dinghy, we probably wouldn't sail that much to the left as you're looking downwind, because the dirty wing is having more influence or effect to our sails compared with those speed boards or boats.
You're very dictated by your rivals. And actually, you've got a whole load of starboard attackers there that make life a little bit different for you, a little bit difficult for you. I mean, I wouldn't want to be I think it was the Argentinian boat who's coming in on port now, but maybe they've got a gap. But that Argentinian boat there, that's not a nice place to be. You can actually see there's a little bit of swell for Lake Garda already. And this is the race leader from the Ukraine. It's funny, isn't it? Race leaders always look pretty relaxed. Weight quite centralised in the boat.
I would say the Italian girl caught up a lot.
All things being equal, I would prefer to be by the lee, like the Italian girl. All things being equal.
Yeah, you can see for those boats, they play the chop a lot by heeling the boat to windward as they want to bear away, and then heeling the boat to leeward as they head up.
Yeah, so it's a sheet that drives the boat up, press to leeward, and then you flatten the boat when it gets to the interesting thing to say here is, remember, this is a port starboard situation.
Yeah.
Even though they're the other way around.
Yeah.
And the thing we haven't seen in shot is the gate, because one mark may be significantly upwind, and this is what's different to the other events, that for us to do a quick tack, they're not going to lose a lot of speed, they're not going to lose a lot of distance, therefore choosing the most upwind gate mark is a race winning strategy. And I think they're neck and neck, so when we're looking, that's one wave between them, I would say. There's going to be a bit of pressure there, and those two are now well clear of USA.
Yeah, as you can see, the boat turns a lot in order to find those surfing moments to get that extra speed.
And another top tip, they need to do the forward back movement as well. It's not a rest downwind. It's definitely not a rest downwind, but it looks like Italy has the best of the situation to me. I'm not quite sure how far we've got to go. But when you get that rhythm, and we used to talk about being in flow, when you have that rhythm, suddenly everything becomes easy, because it's about feel and subconscious sailing.
Yeah.
And Italy, they look
already
good.
And already caught up a Ukraine boat. And I remember when I was sailing those downwinds, I just keep telling myself, every wave, every chop counts.
It counts.
Counts, yeah. Don't miss a single one. Try to catch or surf a little bit longer on each chop or wave. And then after the whole downwind, the difference you can see, that's accumulation.
I'm surprised to see so many boats going downwind on port, to be honest, because actually tactically it's very dangerous if you're on port and your rivals are on starboard. But this overhead shoot is just wonderful, because you can clearly see where the pressure is. Those streaky lines of dark water are your friend. And when you're sat in a single-handed dinghy, depending how tall you are, what are you, half a metre above the water, you're never going to see it as clearly as we are. And looking upwind, I would have thought that the left hand mark is possibly better, and it's easier to do that head up and tack in the single-handed dinghy than it is in other classes. It's tempting as a chasing boat to split.
I'm sure they're all rounding the left-hand side.
The only thing you want to be aware of is it can be hard sailing through the fleet, especially if you're sailing through the fleet on port.
And we're back to the boys. So
and again, we have an Italian sailor doing very well.
Ukraine's rounding the right-hand side of the mark, and followed by the USA. So
there is a split. I would imagine the Italian boat probably needs to carry on a little bit so they're not sailing through the fleet. So we're talking about a 45-second hold before she tacks. And this is a chance to either extend the lead or maybe she's going to lose a little bit. The situation, though, for Croatia and USA, they have to hold their height to stay in clean wind, and that's harder to do.
So that says how important it is to round the mark well.
Good mark rounding.
Yeah.
Get the kicker on, cutting on. Spain there just making it a little bit easier for Canada. This is not the time to have a rest. And actually, when we teach people to sail, we often say that a flappy sail is an unhappy sail. But that's still true of Olympic racing or Youth World Champions. And this is the 2024 Sailing World Championships for under 19 sailors. So these are literally 400 of the best young sailors in the world.
I would say before rounding the leeward mark, it would be good that you have the whole Cunningham on and then set the auto in place, and then having probably half of the kicker or van on, and then after rounding the mark, then you pull the extra.
As much as you can safely do.
Yeah.
That's going to be no comment. But it looks like the boys are having a similar battle again, with the Italian sailor looking very fast. It's not just about rolling the boat, it's about accelerating. And one of the reasons that you want to change courses, very rarely is it fast to go straight downwind, because typically on an inland water like this, that means you're going straight into the waves. Whereas if you've got a greater angle of attack, you're not only going faster, but it's less humps to go over. And yeah, I think Italy's looking very good here. You could see the big change in angle. And that is a fast way to sail. So I think this Italian boat, this Italian male sailor, Antonio, he is one to watch. Difficult first day. I didn't manage to catch up with him this morning. 54th in the first race, so I don't know what happened there, but I still wouldn't be surprised to see him on a podium. So maybe there's a comeback story there. Israel is looking pretty clear of the chasing pack, though.
So I would say his way of sitting probably could be better so that he can move more freely, because downwind is very much about balancing the boat, not just left and right, but also forward and aft. So by having a more dynamic sitting position, allowing you to change the weight of your bottom, the whole body, then giving you more chance to steer the boat well.
So are we expecting a split here, or both around the same mark?
Looks like both around the same mark. Maybe Italy will try to tack as soon as possible.
It's always hard flipping onto port, and you need to make sure that you choose a good path. And there's just enough gap here that Israel could try and foot over the top when Italy goes. So I think we're going to have a little bit of a hold. And remember, these guys are closer to the right-hand side. They're closer to that landmass, so there's more a wind bend here. But you don't want to be sailing through the whole fleet, because we always talk about dirty wind. But in single-handed boats, the dirty water, the wash from the other boats
the
make a
Italian
difference.
boat tacked. Will Israel follow?
So Italy's escaped.
Yeah. Okay.
So when we go back to the girls, we will see what it looks like there, and whether that separation was worth the risk. Israel's obviously got a slightly nicer line going across, but we'll get to that right-hand side later.
The Israel sailor looks to me already a standard figure.
Well, I mean, the weight difference, in terms of optimum weight, it's still the same hull. So it's not unusual in the men's fleet to get the ILCA 7 sailors join the ILCA 6s for the Worlds if it's a strong wind venue. Oh, we know it's strong. We're sat here watching the racing on the monitor, and I'm a bit worried that it's wobbling so much it might blow over. So if the commentary momently stops for 20 seconds, it's because our TV disappeared. But it's a nice problem to have. Just looking behind, I think I'd like to be on the water right now.
Speaking of the waves, I remember back into earlier years when we have the aluminium mast, the optimum weight for the ILCA 6 will be close to 70, like 68-ish. But
Absolutely.
nowadays, after the carbon composite mast, you need to have that 70 plus.
I think so, and also because in simple terms it's a better material, it's more rewarding for those strong body movements. And I think the other thing that hopefully the class will look at is to have a boom that stays straight, because it's just amazing if you look when they're max fang, the boom becomes very bent, and it's so unfortunate if a sailor has a capsize purely because they got stuck on the boom because the boom was bent. I remember 30 years ago, you know, or maybe it's 20 years ago, people were worried about changing all the control lines on the boat and the cost, but nobody talks about that now. Everyone accepts the new systems, and the cost is definitely worth it.
Here we can see the depth of the foot. He's actually setting his outhole quite loose, probably because he got the weight or the energy or the fitness.
And the boom is popping in and out, you know, and that is when it becomes more hard work. Those days on the water where I've been playing the sheet, I am always so much more fatigued than when you can go 2 block. But the reason for that foot depth, and obviously the men's sailors tend to be slightly heavier even at this age than the women, is it just means you can re-accelerate the boat, if that makes sense, because all the short chop is slowing the boat down, so you're constantly re-accelerating. And it's not that the fast sailors go any faster. A lot of the time it's just that they stop a lot less. And this situation here, the short chop is probably the most noticeable. You'll see it in some high performance boats. In terms of current, they will choose the side of the course with flatter water, something like a 49er. Flatter water will make more difference.
I just couldn't help thinking how beautiful the sailing is. Like early on when we had the windsurfing, when we had the Nacra, and then now the single-handed dinghy. In terms of steering, we need to have like sort of slamming the rudder, whereas it's impossible on the skiff or multi-hull. You need more smooth. If
you slam the rudder on your 49er, you won't have a crew who wants to sail with you for very long. And I can't even imagine what it's like in the mixed multi-hull. But having said that, the more water you have going over any foil, the less movement you need on that foil. And it's all about, you know, the win-lose ratio. And if you slap a wave, you lose so much speed. It's much better to have a aggressive tiller movement than do that. But it's interesting, he's allowed, it looks like, the Brit and the Italian to go further to the left, and it may just be what phase we come into at the top mark. But yeah, that's a big work rate. You can see he's looking, and I guess they're getting pretty close to that, to the point where he wants to tack.
His height is already close to 180 centimeters, a very tall upper body. He has the advantage in the windy conditions for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be a lever like Matt Wern or whatever, and just be as tall as you can.
But in terms of the straightness of the legs, to me it still feels not straight enough. There's some bend on the knees. Maybe that's something he could work on for the future, isn't it?
Well, I have to say, he has been hiking for about half an hour, so I give him a break. There's a strange thing that your boat, you always feel is flatter, you always feel your legs are straighter, and you always feel your sail is flatter than what it looks like from outside. And I haven't gone into too much detail about why that is, but it's definitely a thing. In fact, in terms of the boat flatness, one of my top tips is actually to look behind at the water coming off the transom, and if you have a perfect V of water from the rudder, then you know that you're very much going to be flat, and you can achieve that in 8 knots. Here you're always going to have some leeward heel, and indeed that leeward heel helps lock in the centreboard, because the centreboard won't move because there's constant pressure on it. But the key thing is constant leeward heel, and not a lot of it.
Yeah, looking at his steering, it's a great opportunity to see how those higher level sailor, they steer in the stronger winds. He's doing a great job so far, still leading the fleet.
And you can see the difference between going over a bit of chop or getting hit by a bit of the chop. And the fact is, everybody probably feels a little bit uncomfortable. Everybody's hitting a few waves, but those people who are the fastest will be making or managing the best of the situation. So I think if we switch back to the women's fleet, I guess they're getting pretty close to the top mark. These people are in a drag race to the right-hand side. The women's fleet, they're more separated, and actually the positioning here, barring major changes, very likely to be similar at the bottom. So I'm surprised
Italy dropped
to see that Italy dropped a little bit. So that was powerful, wasn't it? That right-hand side was still powerful, but there's plenty to play for in the downwind, and we've said it before, single-handed dinghies, lots of potential for place changes downwind.
I wonder whether Italy lost is because he was a little bit more on the left-hand side.
Exactly, 3 boats went to the right, and they've all gained distance.
Or maybe this Italian girl is slightly smaller or not having a speed advantage. Let's have a look.
So we've got the USA
Almost
coming across now. I mean, you can see just how windy it is by how flat the rigs are, and the fact our TV looks like it might be falling over in a minute. But it's a really nice problem to have. I think probably Ukraine has played it safe and just overstood half a boat length, and that's actually good. It makes it easy to do the mark rounding, and then the tendency would be for the boat slightly behind just to overstand a tiny little bit more. And it looks like we've gone back to the men's fleet, and the leader there has very good technical positioning. Expect him to go straight on the Italian. But as the Italian sailor, you know, he would expect that. He would expect that. You know, it's like a game of chess when you're also running.
Yep.
But yeah, let's see if the Italian boat can gain on the run, or whether that lead that Ukraine has built up is enough. I think there's a pretty big gap between the top 3, so maybe they're secure, but with the wind coming from behind, you never know. But Garda, it's a pressure area, so you've got areas where there's more wind on the water as opposed to gusts coming down the race course.
In terms of rig setting, actually it would be quite useful if you can ease the kicker just before the wind will mark half, like
it makes the bear away much easier. In a light wind scenario, you can let it off to the way you want it for the next leg, and you want that top batten always pumping and working for you and fanning. And I would say you want a boat with neutral steering, so you can easily head up or easily bear away. If it's easy to bear away, hard to head up, the kicker's possibly too loose, and that's associated with a windward capsize.
But also, after rounding the mark, it's more difficult to ease the van as well.
Well, in big waves, you don't want to be going forward to do any sail control adjustment. The thing you also need to remember is when you let the downhaul off, it also acts as an inhaul. In fact, that means it also adjusts the outhaul. So you always want to do your downhaul before your outhaul for that reason. And even though it's over 15 knots now, the sailors will want to have that maximum outhaul depth to give them the drive. And it's interesting that there's already big differences in the fleet in the split, but the leaders are able to sail in relatively clean wind, more or less straight down towards the mark, whereas the boats fighting further back in the pack will struggle to find that cleaner wind. But there's much more separation this time.
Apart from the kicker, in terms of outhaul and Cunningham, the Cunningham can wait until after rounding the mark, right? Whereas the outhaul, it's better if you can set it to the downwind before rounding the mark, because during downwind you will probably find it difficult to really ease the outhaul properly.
And if you've got a really tight reach, and if you're quite light for the boat, and if it's a really windy day, actually maybe you need to leave the Cunningham on to get to that Mark II, because if you let it off and you end up low, it's very hard to get it back on again. And the rope you use, it's very important you can let it off, because you don't want to be going forward to help the system. So a lot of people will have a 6-to-1 Cunningham for that reason, which is the balance between easy to pull on and easy to put off, because obviously more purchase means more rope in the boat, and that's not a good thing. I'm just seeing a turn penalty, so I suspect there was a yellow flag, and that is possibly game changing. You get one yellow flag this early on in the series.
Greece.
That was, yes, that
Greece.
looks like the event leader was pushing it too hard in the yellow bib, and you know, another yellow flag, and she's going to have to retire. So possibly the end, well, for the rest of the series, she's going to have to just be that 10% more conservative. And it's strange because this windy, you must be working really hard to pick up a yellow flag.
Well, I guess probably because here in this area the wind dropped a little bit, so any movement you need to be very cautious.
Well, there's a big
Any
separation
head-up.
between the Italian and the other two. Big separation now. So those body movements, you go from huge body movements when you're surfing and big turns to actually just soaking down. It does feel like Italy's able to go more directly
to the mark.
In fact, Ukraine is in a fight with USA. So, yeah, where the next band of wind comes, that's going to be deciding.
So even if it's not really light wind, you said you're surprised to pick up a penalty flag for Rule 42.
Well, it's a strange rule. It literally doesn't apply to the windsurfers.
Like
but these two look in a battle to me.
Like for them, whenever they head up or bear away, they still need that boat change to windward or leeward in order to avoid infringing Rule 42.
I think Italy's going to be really thanking the jury. I think possibly she's going to be thanking the USA. I think Ukraine has now decided just to try and protect the inside line, as it were, to the finish. But I think it's a bit early. I think there's a lot more downwind to go. And that separation by Italy, I don't know, she's got to be 50 metres clear now. The beauty is, oh wow, we've got double, so we've got upwind on the right hand side with the men just coming into their mark, and we've got the downwind on the left hand side of the screen where it looks like Italy's leading in the men.
Israel's leading.
On the left screen, looking downwind, it looks like Italy's leading. On the right screen, going upwind, Italy's in second. And is he going to show a burst of speed like his female compatriot? I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a bit of separation here because it's very hard to overtake someone when you're following them.
It looks like so far Italy is doing really well across all 11 events, isn't it?
Home country advantage. It was just great, and a big shout out to Greta.
You could see the wind speed difference between the two areas. The boys got a bit more pressure and darker, and then whereas the girls rounding the third mark,
so
actually quite calm.
The boys are in a loop,
closer
windward
to
mark, and the girls are approaching the leeward gate, outer mark. So the boys are now going onto a reach, and I think the rich just get richer here. So the leaders have a good opportunity to extend, because those back in the pack are probably going to be fighting. So if you remember when we saw the start line, you had that big banana, that line sag. Well, the reach, you probably get the opposite, where you have people going high and fighting. But Italy now well clear, expect her to jibe, and Ukraine's settled for second. Good defensive move, and she's not going to give USA any chance. In fact, that's 3 hull lengths there, and it's just a short reach to the finish. And for Italy, that's another really good day at the office. This is actually the last race we're going to cover today. I can't believe the time has gone so quickly.
Out of my memory, the girls' points are pretty close, and then Italy's wearing a red bib,
So
meaning
that's bronze overnight.
third, and this race may well push her up to
Yeah, well,
first.
the Greek, she will finish top 10, but that yellow flag will have an impact on all future races. And Ukraine is probably now very aware
Looks
how
like
fast.
we may get an interview.
Yes, yeah. There's definitely Italy
Because
approaching
there's
a boat there.
no coach Rev on this.
Or
in
it
this
could be a
event.
measurer checking
yes.
equipment. It's hard to tell from here, but it just looks like she's found a really good groove with that downwind sailing. So I think she will go to bed feeling pretty happy with how it's all gone. Israel knows he has the speed upwind, but
actually, to me, the setting probably can make it better is to have a bit more outhole and then ease the Cunningham a little bit. Because you, in those short chops, it's unlike waves, you need deeper depth for the outhole. But with this short chop, you have those up and down to surf those short chop. But the leech looks a bit tight to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to get that slow progression. So when it's really windy and it gradually gets lighter, obviously you need to be making small adjustments all the time. But if you're so focused on other things, it's easy to forget. So just let's go back to the women's race results.
Maria from Italy winning race 3, and then it's Ukraine's Alina second. Third place is Isabella from the USA.
So I interviewed Maria in Mar del Plata, so I think that is another sailor who we're going to see an awful lot of in the future. I remember well. So we're following the Israeli boat out. Just see he's constantly looking behind, trying to make sure he's got that clean line, and just trying to soak because you don't want your rival to climb above you. So I think the wind has probably gone a little bit right.
Yeah, Ram from Israel, aged 18. This is his 3rd World Championship. He has a 2nd finish. He must be aiming for gold this time.
I think so, and he's just out the top 3 overnight, so this is going to really pull him up. And I really like the body weight position, so it's quite inboard, so he can really steer the boat using his body movement. Yeah. The idea I always feel is you're letting the rudder follow along behind rather than use it as a turning aid. You're letting the rudder follow along behind. Yeah. And you've just got that boom slightly more in because you know with the leech opening at the top, you don't want that top batten to go too far forward because that just creates instability rather than speed. So you want it panting, but you don't want it going past. Italy, I think, just maintained the position. And after yesterday, I think he'll be really pleased with today's results.
Yeah, looking at the downwind, what you want to do is to minimize the rudder or tiller movement, and then instead using your body weight as well as changing to the leeward or to windward of the hull to achieve, because the more rudder movement you have, the more drag you create. So try to use less rudder tiller and then using more your upper body and sheeting to cooperate.
And I think, you know, people who come through the ILCA class, they absolutely excel when, you know, a lot of the very good, so, you know, they'll go to big boats campaigns and they will just have the knowledge of the wind and the waves and the boat-to-boat tactics because the racing is so close. Now, the problem we have now is we're going downwind and it's really one-sided. So let's go back to the interview with Greta.
Maria Vittoria, congratulations, you're the winner of the first heat today. How are you feeling? How was it out there?
Thank you. It was a little difficult this race because there was the Ukraine girls that she passed first in the first mark, then I catch her during the downwind, then she come back, so it was really a good fit.
Ok, ancora una domanda al volo in italiano. Dunque, adesso tattica, gol per la prossima manche.
Cercare di forse partenza un po' meglio di quella di adesso, però comunque divertirmi, dare il massimo e non mollare fino alla fine.
Bravissima, vuoi salutare ancora qualcuno?
E tutte le persone che mi supportano.
Grandissima, in bocca al lupo.
Crepi il lupo.
Brava Marri.
Vai, brava.
We have Greta there, interviewing so many brilliant Italian sailors. They're performing so well across different classes and events. So
I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it, that the team's so consistent. That the issue we have here now with the wind change, it's actually quite a one-sided run, and I think I would agree with the Israeli to sail by the lee is actually probably the most effective route to the leeward mark. I think the Italian boat just trying to do something a little bit different, anything to close the gap. But I think that's as comfortable lead as we're going to get. And it's a consistency sport. If you look at these two, they are a long way clear of the chasing pack. Italy rolling it. Oh, that was an uncharacteristically slow jibe, rolling in jibe. Because every time you jibe, you have the opportunity to give the boat roll. So you do the turn and lose the minimum progress, and you're also trying to choose very carefully your spot on the wave, and the shorter the wavelength, like here, choosing that spot is really hard. For upwind, it's really hard to find a flat bit to tack.
The Israel sailor has a convincing lead, right?
I think you could just see how one-sided it's gone now by how far forward the boom is, and that's probably the limit you would sail by the lee before you considered putting in a jibe. And actually, as we get later into the afternoon, the wave length has increased, and probably the wave height has increased a little bit, and this is cracking ILCA conditions. And I think there's always going to be a place. We talked about our love of foiling, but there's always going to be a place for something like the ILCA dinghy.
Yeah. I really miss those downwind sailing days. Like you can move your bottom forward as to the centerboard area to help surfing down, and sometimes you sit as back as to the nearly to the stern.
You could sit next to the rudder sometimes.
In downwind, yes. Like you can move a lot to help the boat balance in order to surf better.
Well, at the Olympic Games in Marseille, if we have some Mistral, you can expect some people sat right at the back of the bus to get it downwind. For those of people just joining us, sorry, this is going to be the final race we're covering today at the Youth Sailing World Championships 2024 at beautiful Lake Garda, largest lake in Italy. I've been Jon Emmett, I've been joined by Lily, and we're going to be bringing you action every single day, live action. If you haven't done so already, please do share the feed, please do give us a like, and even better, let's have a comment what you would like to see.
Yeah, if you have any comments, any questions, you're welcome to leave it in the comment.
Yeah. Who are you supporting? Who do you want to win? Who do you want to see next? Who would you like us to interview? We'll get Greta on the case, won't we? She's very good.
She's so great to have Greta. Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if the sailor doesn't speak very much English. I think Greta's shown that she's much more capable than us. I think she might not speak Hebrew, but I reckon we'll be all good. What we would love to know is what your thoughts are of it, and we'll try and answer any questions because we're both absolutely passionate about sailing, and I'm finding it hard to keep my eyes off the screen because, as Lily said, every wave counts, and it'll be a real psychological boost for Italy if for Israel if they can have a big gap here. And overall, I think the Italian sailors, they're going to have a good day today.
Yeah. And then if you have any questions, you're welcome to leave in the comments. We're more than happy to share our past experience, our past wisdom. I hope to pass on our knowledge as well, and especially helping those young sailors for their future journey.
And I think that the lovely thing about coaching young sailors is when you first start, that's when you're habit forming. And so for these they're just superb to get into good habits from a young age, and then it becomes permanent because whatever you practice, that becomes permanent. And that's why, those routines and really putting in the effort, that's why it's so important. And everyone I've spoken to in the boat park is so motivated, and it's a really special event. I mean, the more I look around, the more it feels like a young person's Olympic Games. Having said that, every time I go to Olympic Games, the sailors seem to be getting younger and younger, but possibly that's me getting older. But there's even sailors here racing at the Youth Worlds who will be racing in Marseille.
Yeah, surprisingly. And actually, it is a privilege to sail under the national flag, and then since it is the one entry for per nation, we don't even need sail numbers. Must be great memory for those young sailors.
Well, for some countries, just to get here, it's a big fight in the qualification. It's a really big fight to be the sailor who gets selected to come, and then you have that pressure because you have the country's weight on your shoulder, but I've said it many times, pressure is a privilege, and this experience now will help the sailors at other big events in their lifetime. And how the Greek girl deals with having a yellow flag early on.
Let's see how the Israel sailors preparing a jibe and rounding the final mark before finishing.
The leaders, they at this point they always look relaxed because they know it's in the bag, but you can't relax until you cross the finishing line.
Yeah, anything could happen before you finish. Still need to be cautious, but
So
it does feel
the next
the
race. I think the wind will be even more unstable. It's gone 5 o'clock local time. We've had a lot of heating. There's a lot of thermal activity, and it's going to make the racing pretty difficult.
Yeah, so we have the race winner from Israel. Congratulations to me.
So at this point, sailors would normally be looking for their coach to come alongside a rib and get a banana, but all the coaches are in that ship. Double-masted ship, you can see. So as a coach, you need to be very good at shouting.
Ooh.
She obviously wanted a rest. Literally stopped as soon as she crossed the finishing line.
And so Italy finished the second in this race.
Oh, well, sorry, that was the men's, wasn't it? That
Yeah,
just finished. I got overexcited there. But yeah, he stopped as soon as he finished, and that's a solid result. I think probably for your rivals, it's possibly nicer if you sail for another 2 or 3 boat lengths before doing the sun stop. And actually, maybe because of the wind strength, you can see there's quite a lot of separation between in the fleet here. There goes the Dutch sailor who won the very first
day
men's single-handed trophy.
It's a beautiful ship, beautiful ship.
I think the coaches are having a lovely time, but most of them seem to be on mobile devices or with binoculars. I remember at the Olympic Games, it can actually be frustrating not being able to see properly. So Jon Emmett's top tip for coaches: if you're coaching at the Youth Worlds, buy really good vision stabilised binoculars.
And then binoculars.
And get good at shouting. So these sailors, they've got another race, but they will have to sail in as well. I know sailors are often, after daylight today, pretty grateful to tow in.
Yeah. But probably because it's downwind sailing back home, so it would be just easy downwind sailing down.
So, quick recap.
Yeah.
Israel first, Italy second, Poland third. And we're now getting to that point where there's people crossing the line simultaneously. And this is why we always say every metre counts.
Counts. Yeah.
So do you think in terms of the overall trophy, another great day for Italy so far?
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go, race results, very quick.
So it is Ram from Israel winning race 3 in men's dinghy, followed by Antonio from Italy and Jacek from Poland.
And I think, Lily, that's it for today.
Yeah.
It's been absolutely fantastic here on beautiful Lake Garda, and we're looking forward to more spectacular racing
from tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Bye for now.